Hey, Ariana.
Yes. Hold on once.
Okay.
You want to text me, Ricardo?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, everyone. Welcome to our meeting. Before we begin, I have a few announcements to make. As usual, we will be providing, in the efforts of language justice, some translation today. That'll be happening in both Spanish and in Armenian, as well as English will be available. So I'm going to introduce the folks who will be doing that and then give you instructions on how to do closed captioning. So to begin, Javier.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I am going to give the instructions in Spanish for Spanish listeners. Buenas tardes a todos, buenas noches. En esta oportunidad en la reunión tenemos la capacidad de poder dar interpretación en español. Entonces, al calce de la pantalla, cuando se active la función de interpretación, van a ver un globo terráqueo al calce de la pantalla y ahí podrán elegir su idioma. Pueden elegir español para poder escuchar toda la interpretación al idioma español. También pueden leer subtítulos si así lo necesitan en el sitio de internet que aparece en la pantalla en este momento. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Ariana.
Thank you, and Hasmik.
Բարի երեկո ձեզ։ Եթե դուք ուզում եք հայերեն լեզվով լսել այս ամբողջ հանդիպումը, ապա խնդրում եմ ներքևում ձեր էկրանի գտնել գլոբուս նշանը եւ սխմելով այն ընտրել հայերեն լեզուն։ Շնորհակալություն։
Thank you. And then shortly we'll have closed captioning available as usual, and that will be at the bottom of the screen where the CC icon is. And with that, I will hand it to you, Chair Ali.
Thank you very much, Ariana, and welcome again to this meeting of the Los Angeles City Redistricting Commission. I want to call our meeting back into session. And I want to start off by introducing, it's my pleasure to introduce two new commissioners tonight. First, Natalie Friedberg, who was recently appointed as a commission member from Council District 13. Welcome, Natalie. And I also want to welcome Rachel Torres, who was recently also, I think, sworn in today, appointed by Council District 6. So welcome to you, Rachel. I'm glad you're both joining us. I know you're on a steep learning curve, and we will try to support you in any way we can. So again, welcome. And so with that, Ariana, do you want to take the roll, please?
Yes. Chair Ali.
I am here.
Vice Chair Diaz. Vice Chair Hyun.
Present.
Commissioner Anderson.
Present.
Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Bremond.
Present.
Commissioner Brenes. Commissioner Kanya.
Here.
Commissioner Delgadillo.
Here.
Commissioner Friedberg. Am I saying it correctly?
Friedberg, thank you.
Friedberg,
Here.
thank you. Commissioner Katz.
Present.
Commissioner Lay.
Present.
Commissioner Martinez.
Present.
Commissioner Mitchell.
Here.
Commissioner Membreño.
Here.
Commissioner Moreno.
Here.
Commissioner Polanco. Oh, you're here. You want to say unmute yourself really fast, Senator?
Here.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Pritchard.
Here.
Commissioner Shaw.
Here.
Commissioner Suh.
Here.
And Commissioner Torres.
Here.
Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you again, Ariana, and thank you, commissioners. Once again, we have a quorum. We've had quorums at all of our meetings, all of our public hearings, and your dedication to the process is really appreciated. So I want to now ask for ex parte disclosures that may have occurred since our last meeting. So I will actually start off with two disclosures of my own. On Thursday, September 23rd at approximately 2 p.m., I had a brief call with Ackley Padilla, Chief of Staff in Council District 6. It was a general discussion of our work plan going forward in the map development process. And then on September 24th at 9:40 p.m., I had a presentation, or excuse me, I had a brief discussion with Councilmember Marquise Harris Dawson. Initially, the discussion was about a project called Destination Crenshaw that I had been involved with in another project. But during the conversation, I also had an opportunity to brief the council member again on our work plan going forward. So that concludes my my disclosures. So Commissioner Anderson, I see your hand up.
Yes, on Friday, September 24th from 4 p.m. to 4:10, I had a conversation with Fernando, who is the Chief Deputy for Civic Engagement in CD10, and Emerson, who's the Chief Deputy for Legal Affairs and Justice Initiatives, to talk about next steps as well as update them on outreach for this coming meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Delgadillo.
Yes, on Friday, September 24th at approximately 6 p.m., Councilmember Koretz called me to ask about the status of our process, and I gave him an update on where we were in the process.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kanya.
Thank you, Chair Ali. Today at 1:20, I received a phone call from Caro Tarosian, who is Chief of Staff for Council Member Krikorian regarding the process, regarding the release of the second and third set of drafts and the corrected K. We talked a little bit about the next steps and my communication as to what I expected the next steps to be.
Thank you, Commissioner Kanya. Commissioner Shaw.
Yes, on September 22nd at approximately 3:10, I spoke with Solomon Rivera of CD8 about the meeting that happened just the day before, and also about outreach efforts for the October meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaw. Commissioner Vermont.
Yes, today on September 27th at approximately 2 p.m., I just had a quick check-in call with Mary Hodge with the mayor's office just regarding the process.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Sa.
Hello. On Friday, September 24th at around 6:30 p.m., I had a conversation with Councilmember Rahman's Chief of Staff, Najiba Saeed. It was a conversation about multiple topics, some of which were unrelated to redistricting, but we also talked about the redistricting process, the next steps, and what had happened at the meeting on Tuesday.
Thank you, Commissioner Sa. Commissioner Membreno.
Hi, this afternoon around 2:15, I had a conversation with Mary Hodge from the mayor's office, and she also wanted to, see how things were going since, now I don't feel too newbie, but I I was there for a little while. So just wanted to see how things are going and the process.
Thank you, Commissioner Membreno. With our two new appointments, you're a veteran now. So
I am. I get the feeling that I am now.
Right. Well, thank you for being here, Commissioner Polanco.
Yes, on September 21st at 5:30, I had a conversation with Councilman Cedillo regarding the process and what the next steps were. My second communication is on September 27th, about 11:15 with the councilman. Again, briefed him with the process and the plans that are going forward. And that was about 11:15.
Thank you, Commissioner Polanco. Commissioner Friedberg, and again, welcome. I see your hands up.
Thank you, Chair Ali. I'm happy to be here with all of you doing this very hard and meaningful work. I have a few extra ex parte disclosures because, of course, I've been trying to get up to speed. Friday the 24th around 7 p.m., I communicated with Jeannie Min to let her know that I was sworn in. And on Saturday, September 25th at 12:30, I met with Councilmember O'Farrell and senior staff to discuss process, the district, and the various communities of interest. On Saturday around the 25th at 5 p.m., I spoke with Jeannie Min to arrange a Sunday meeting. Sunday at 8:15, I had a brief meeting with Jeannie Min for a status update and some questions about District R. And today at 2:35, I had a quick conversation with Jeannie Min, a check-in call to make sure that I was still showing up, probably.
Does that end your disclosures, Commissioner?
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very, very much. And as a reminder to commissioners, if you have, if you've already given your major disclosures, you can take your hand down so I don't get confused. Commissioner Katz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple on 9/24, about 5 o'clock. I had a call with Lisa Hanson, Chief of Staff to Councilman Blumenthal, telling him, just updating on where we were in the process. I also had another call with Ms. Hanson about 2 hours after that, just apprising her what maps were up on the site and where to find them. And then on 9/21 at 3 o'clock, I talked with Caro Tortizian again from Councilman Krikorian staff about the Armenian questions he had raised before, getting some clarification on that. And I had another conversation with him about that on the 26th at about 11 o'clock in the morning. Same subject.
Thank you, Commissioner Katz. I'm not seeing any other disclosures, but sometimes I miss hands against the background.
Commissioner Shaw.
Commissioner Shaw, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't put my hand down.
Okay. And Commissioner, okay, so I see all the hands now down now. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you for that disclosure. And so I now, before I get to, I want to make some introductory remarks, excuse me. So for members of the public and members of the commission, I thought it would be of value to review where we've been in terms of public testimony and in public engagement. So just to review, over the last few months, we have engaged the citizens of Los Angeles in 17 public hearings and several other commission meetings with various groups in the communities. And we've created a variety of different public comment opportunities that include public testimony, written testimony. We've used remote locations for those who do not have website access, all of which was meant to help with communication with the commission. And we have tried very hard to provide language justice services to the maximum extent possible. We've also extended our public comment period to October 1st on maps and community of interest testimonies. Originally, that was to have ended, but given the great interest in this process, we decided to extend it to October 1st. Also, as a reminder, following the adoption of draft map or maps on our Thursday meeting, we will have 4 public hearings where, again, the public will have an opportunity to comment on the maps that the draft maps that we present. So obviously, we value very much public comment and really appreciate the public's robust interest in this process. For me, it's always a balancing act trying to provide as much public testimony as is feasible, with also allowing for ample opportunity for the commission to do its work. And this commission, as people now know, made a commitment to do map drawing out in the open. And so we do need time to facilitate that process. So I appreciate the public's understanding of the need to balance both of those activities. So I plan to open up public testimony in a minute or in a bit. I plan to start with 75 minutes of testimony. I had originally scheduled to do an hour of testimony, limited to 1 hour, 1 minute apiece. But given the growing number of people, we're now up to 486 participants on the Zoom call. I want to try to give some additional consideration for testimony. But before I go to, and I also want to ask the public's indulgence. This is a continuation meeting. And so if you have previously testified during this particular meeting, and that would go back to September 20th and 21st, I would ask your indulgence to not get in line to testify again and give those individuals who have not had an opportunity to testify, give them an opportunity for their voice to be heard. It is difficult for our staff to determine who has testified and who has not. So your cooperation there would really be helpful. So as I said, I want to open up for testimony here very shortly. But as the commission and many members of the public know, yesterday a new map plan K corrected was posted. And I apologize for possible confusion. The original K was put out. There was a technical issue that we had not caught that needed to be corrected. And that issue, quite frankly, focused on the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. It was unintended. We caught it and we corrected the version. So that's why it's known as Map Plan K corrected. Because many members of the public may want to comment on this map, I thought it would be a good opportunity. It would be good for Frank Cardenas, who developed this map, to provide an explanation of the principles and assumptions that went into the development of this map prior to getting to public testimony. So I'll be asking Frank to start off with an explanation of that. As I noted in my September 27th memorandum that was posted yesterday, along with the new map materials, Map Plan K corrected, as developed by Executive Director Cardenas, builds upon the suggestions made by first Commissioner Polanco at our September 22nd meeting regarding Council Districts 1, 13, and 14, as well as the previously drawn Map Plan 2 version of the San Fernando Valley. So as I understand it, and as Mr. Cardenas will explain, that was the building block for the development of this map. I also want to note that on Saturday, Frank and Paul Mitchell, our map drawer, did meet with members of the Interregional Ad Hoc Committee whose regions were most impacted by Map Plan K, as well as Vice Chair Diaz and myself. As you know, Vice Chair Diaz is responsible for our mapping and data committee. This gave Executive Director Cardenas an opportunity to review the principles and assumptions that he used to develop this map. So following Frank's test presentation, we will then open up for public testimony. And then following that testimony, we will then take a break, give people an opportunity to do what they need to do, and then come back and open up for commission comments and action in regard to in regard to the maps that have been presented. And as we discussed at our last meeting, Commissioner Suh talked about an alternative configuration affected Koreatown, and I will also give Commissioner Suh an opportunity to speak to those alternate configurations as well. So with that introduction, I want to ask Ariana if you would read the first agenda item into the record.
Item number 1, commission discussion and possible action regarding a recommended draft map of new council district boundaries, including but not limited to providing direction to staff to prepare and present a recommended draft map for future commission action.
So thank you very, very much, Ariana. And Frank, I'm going to turn it over to you. And as always, I want to thank you for your great work on this commission, or with this commission.
Mr. Chair, thanks. Very much appreciated. Members, thank you for the opportunity to explain the genesis of what is now known as Plan K. You may recall its essential contours in a previous iteration known as C2. Plan K began really about 2 weeks ago today with the release of the 4 region reports. And the attempt from the beginning has been to capture as best as I could the public testimony as lifted up by the four region reports. Again, in accordance with the MAP protocols, the region reports really focused on those particular issues and opportunities that occurred to commissioners in their deliberations, going over 2 principal data sets, as we all know. One, of course, is the census data, once we finally had it, and the other, of course, is the voluminous public testimony from across the city. The result, as we know, is from a Region 1, a very carefully considered a position of maintain the essential boundaries of the 4 great council districts that comprise that particular region as much as possible, namely council districts 8, 9, 10, 15. Region 2 had a number of observations and principles which emerged from that, which have also been subject to some clarification, as we recall from last Tuesday's discussion, which will be further discussed in the latest imagination of Region 2, again comprised of council districts moving east to west, 13, 1, and 14. Region 3, among the observations, perhaps the key one is that these 3 districts moving west to east, 11, 5, and 4, 11 and 5 in particular, were fairly significantly overpopulated. And by that, of course, what I'm suggesting is the equipopulous number at the time of 259,916, 5 and 11 were quite robust in that area. And so the Region 3 commissioners identified an opportunity when the commissioners have the benefit of an undercount analysis sometime in October to be able to then recalibrate and rebalance the populations for council districts 11 and 5. Region 4 had a couple of principles which had dramatic implications, let me suggest, for the design of the entirety of the map. Implications for ultimately almost all of the districts across the city. And so I'd like to pay particular attention to this if we can. So as you look at the map for Plan K corrected, I trust that that's Plan K Kay corrected my my
This.
my contacts and our deputy director suggest that it is. With a particular focus, commissioners, on the valley section, how is it that this came to be? Because this part of the city, a moment's glance, I think, suggests is the one that is imagined to possibly change the most by virtue of what came out of the Region 4 analysis. There were two principles in particular, commissioners, that were the starting point, really drove and animated my consideration as I worked my way through the Great San Fernando Valley. The first is the principle that emerged of recognizing the great natural boundary, which is the top of the Santa Monica Mountains, moving east-west, Mulholland Drive, as perhaps as neighborhood councils have observed for some time, a most natural boundary for the purposes of community organizing and political expression. Another principle that emerged, as we know, from Region 4 was that with the continuing growth in population in the San Fernando Valley, that perhaps the time indeed has arrived for the San Fernando Valley to be represented by members whose districts are completely within the San Fernando Valley, no less than 5 districts, completely in the San Fernando Valley, as opposed to several council districts which encompass both sides of Mulholland Drive, with the majority of population from the south of Mulholland Drive section. Instead, moving forward, perhaps it was time to have but one, what I call bridge district, one bridge district that spans both sides of the beautiful Santa Monicas, and that this one bridge district straddle the natural depression in the Santa Monicas, which makes the 101, which makes the 101 freeway what it is. And so those are the two principles that I started with, understanding that those two principles provide structural markers for as starting points for designing districts for people's political expression. So I started with Mulholland Drive, and as I look at the span of Mulholland Drive east to west, I determined that consistent with the city charter, as amended in '99, that created the commission, the same charter amendment that created neighborhood councils, that neighborhood councils are perhaps a very easy, ready, and most appropriate building block for ultimately for districts. And so I looked at the map and I identified those 4 large neighborhood council district areas whose southern boundary has been for some time Mulholland Drive. And they are, of course, Warner, moving west to east, Warner Center, Tarzana, Encino, and Sherman Oaks. And as I begin to color in on districtor in actually blue, the shade of blue that you actually see there in front of you, I'm coloring this in, and I also recall there is a principle that emerged from the Region 3 report that also spoke to this issue. Interestingly, one of the principles you recall, commissioners, from Region 3 is that the commission gives serious consideration to honoring significant public testimony along the lines of keeping Tarzana, not keeping, but unifying Tarzana and Encino and Sherman Oaks together. Now, I point this up because this was not a principle that emerged from Region 4. This was a principle that emerged from Region 3. perhaps understanding that Encino is connected to the rest of Council District 5 for the last 10 years by a very, very narrow strip or isthmus. Similarly, Sherman Oaks is connected with the rest of Council District 4 for the last 10 years by an even more narrow isthmus along Mulholland Drive at Longridge, where Longridge kind of comes together with it, not right like northwest of Fire Station 108, if I recall. And so it occurred to me that this is a quite natural and appropriate place to start. Warner Center, Tarzana, Encino, and Sherman Oaks. So I filled those in blue, and then I looked at the population, and I realized that was darn near a full council district right there. And so I stopped with those four neighborhood councils, comprising, I think it was along the order of 230,000 people, something along those lines. And so I decided to just stop right there. That's a placeholder, a good start, consistent with principles for multiple regions and the city charter. And I move clockwise. So moving clockwise, I get to the grade 12th. I look over the COI, community of interest testimony that was in front of me, particularly those issues that were lifted up by the members of Region 4. And the predominant message, which squared with my recollection of the many public hearings, including, Commissioners, your very first one in or with a focus on Council District 12. And that predominant message was essentially, this may well be a part of the city that the predecessor commission got quite right. There was very little, if any, testimony suggesting anything close to any significant change with respect to Council District 12. And instead, the predominant theme reflected by the Region 4 report was you keep neighborhood councils together in Council District 12 as almost every single one of them is right now. And that is perhaps a very good thing. I left that as a placeholder. I continue to move on. By the way, Council District 12 at that point was overpopulated, I believe, to the tune of about it was about 271,000, as I recall. And so my placeholder was as is entirely consistent with the region's observation of voluminous public testimony, with the caveat that 271,000 may turn out to be, by the time an entire citywide map plan is put together, may turn out to present an opportunity to recalibrate, to recalibrate sensitively some population. I continue to move on clockwise throughout the valley, and I appreciate your indulgence as I walk you through what I did and how I did it. Now I cross the freeway and I come to the great 7th district, and looking at the region report, looking at the COI testimony over time, really the predominant message, well, as we all recall, perhaps quantitatively the most predominant message out of Council District 7 is Pacoima is beautiful, keep it intact. Beyond that, looking at 7, one sees that, as is the case throughout the valley, many of the neighborhood councils, like Pacoima, in 7, Mission Hills is another example, are quite intact right now. When I thought about 7, and I see the great 6th right next to it, naturally, I am appropriately mindful of the significant legal implications of these two districts from the particular perspective of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which this commission has repeatedly and most recently formally determined to lift up in its consideration of how to best design physical vehicles for political expression in an amazingly diverse city. And so my instruction from all of this was 7 and 6 must be dealt with utmost respect and sensitivity to the letter and the spirit of the law of the Voting Rights Act. And so the other thing that occurred to me was that each may end up being by the end of an ultimate plan that the commission would then forward to the council for its consideration, at least slightly overpopulated. Particularly, commissioners, in the context of something that you have been quite mindful of for some time, and that is, of course, the quite apparent phenomena of an undercount. Because as we know from Professor Paul Ong's testimony to this commission way back in April, there are certain socioeconomic crosstabs or indices that historically turn out to be quite related, quite tied causally to census enumeration undercounts. It was true in the big undercount of 1990. It was true in 2000 and also in 2010, where you see immigrant status, renter as opposed to a homeowner, various socioeconomic factors. When you put these together, and then you look at the census's post-enumeration survey to see how well they've done, whether they've undercounted and they've overcounted. By the way, recall, these post-enumeration surveys are only done like 2 years after the census. But this commission needs to move now. And so all of this, I suggest, justifiably suggests that 7 and 6, because of a variety of socioeconomic conditions, may be among those council districts that this commission rightfully determines to have a greater negative population deviation than other parts of the city where those socioeconomic factors historically suggest that undercounts are either non-existent or not as severe. And so the result of that, 7 and 6 are not very much touched by me in my initial go round. So moving clockwise again, now I arrive at the opportunity to create one bridge district where the majority of the population, if treated as a whole, the valley's 1.477 million people, according to the census, which is about 37.9% of the total city population. That equates, as I believe the Region 4 memo pointed out, that equates to 5.7 districts in the valley. And so my exercise was, well, what if I were to do that? And so the bridge district, I began with a contemplation that about 2/3 of the population ought to be in the valley. If the 5.7 correlating to the 1.477 valley population according to the census is to be uplifted. And so I start with Studio City. I started with Studio City because the very first beautiful, I think, beautiful hillsides district that I designed from, well, I didn't design it, it's there. I mean, it's in a way the valley that you see in Plan K, it's there for the making. once you begin with these principles, I suggest to you, it really kind of falls together when one uses neighborhood councils and respects them as building blocks. And so from the Hillsides District, what you see here represented as A, on its eastern border, you have the eastern border of Sherman Oaks. And so I had already decided, look, this is almost a council district. So let me look at what's to the east of that, which is Studio City, and let me respect that, like I have with almost all the other neighborhood councils in the valley, during, at least for the purpose of the exercise. And I said, okay, Studio City intact, no splitting. This is the beginning of a new bridge district, at least for this Cardenas exercise. And I join it with Toluca Lake. Perhaps it's time for Toluca Lake to, be, together, conjuntos. And so, okay, this is the beginning of a bridge district that is just north of let's say, a demarcation point. Okay, now I go south. And the way I figured I would do this, and the way I did do it is north was Studio City, Toluca Lake, then south, then north, then south, back and forth, moving until I arrived at something that was close to about 259,000 and appeared to have about 2/3 of its population in quote unquote the valley. So next come the Hollywood Hills. And then I moved back to the north. And then next came North Hollywood. And then I looked to Hollywood Hills, and consistent with what came out of Region 4, a suggestion that moving east from that point would be might be appropriate, and so Griffith Park, and then further north, North Hollywood, and parts north of that, Beverly Glen, or at least part of Beverly Glen, and by the time I get close to a total population of about 250, it occurs to me that there is a particular character to this potential district. I'll put it that way, and that character is this. This could be an entertainment district. I mean, it surrounds Universal Studios. I started with the neighborhood council was called Studio City. You've got, I remember from working in the city in the 90s, you've got a lot of post-production stuff going on in North Hollywood for Hollywood Studios, but also Burbank next door. People who, they may work in Burbank Studios, but they like to live in LA. And so North Hollywood is their home. And then on the other side, south of Universal Studios, obviously you have Hollywood. Hollywood is Hollywood and nothing else is. And so it occurs to me there's been in the making for generations an entertainment district here in this part of the city, if one would have it. And so when I get close to 259, I see what has become of this by essentially starting with the principles and then using neighborhood councils as building blocks. And what has emerged by the time I get to the final piece of the analysis is something in the middle of the valley. I didn't intend, I didn't foresee, but there it is. When you build a valley, starting with the Mulholland Drive principle, and you honor neighborhood councils, what emerged, at least in my exercise, was what you see here roughly as N, as in you. And I looked at it, and I knew immediately a couple of things. Aesthetically, it struck me as being quite a compact and contiguous district. But the other thing that occurred to me is, new is not always good, or at least it's not always warmly received in the beginning. But I proceeded with the analysis, and when I looked at that which struck me as being new, it occurred to me from west to east, this also is comprised of neighborhood councils. From Canoga Park in the west to Winnetka and to Reseda and to Balboa, those 4 council districts, neighborhood council district areas north of the 4 neighborhood council areas to the south, Warner Center, Encino, Tarzana, and Sherman Oaks. Those 4, which comprise the bulk of what you see here as N, I want to say I put those together. They were already together. It's what happens when you design a map in the way that I did. And when I added those 4 neighborhood councils together, that was getting close to a full council district. Now I go back to 7 and 6, and I see an opportunity to recalibrate some population, particularly mindful of the undercount phenomenon that this commission has always been interested in, and of course this commission's stated respect for the Voting Rights Act, and there are implications with respect to 6 and 7. And so in recalibrating and adjusting populations 7 and 6, well, what you see here is, is that a D? Like I'm at the ophthalmologist, is it better this way or this way? D and M and N, adjusting populations, what I ultimately arrived at is, if one would have it, a San Fernando Valley portion of the city of Los Angeles that has 5 council districts completely in the valley with 1 bridge district. I think of it as an amazing entertainment district that has about 2/3 of its population, I believe, in the quote unquote valley section. 5.7 in the valley, and the 5, they're completely in the valley. And so I appreciate the opportunity to go through this. I appreciate your indulgence. I realize it is a marked departure from what we have known as the physical boundaries for political expression in the valley, at least over the last 10 years. But again, let me suggest how this naturally emerges from those 2 guiding principles from the region 4 of observing the natural border or boundary that is Mulholland Drive, and recognizing what neighborhood councils on each side in Mulholland Drive have known for quite a long time. It's a very ready-made boundary for political and commercial expression through neighborhood councils. And one final note, with respect to the testimony that the commission has heard concerning having Tarzana and Encino and Sherman Oaks together. The region report that really lifted that up was actually Region 3, which strikes me as perhaps the genesis of a shared and equitable vision of how this can be done. Not suggesting in any way obliviousness to some very significant implications that are otherwise associated with at least the valley portion of what is now Plan K corrected. And with that, Mr. Chair, if you want me to take questions, I'm certainly happy to take questions. I appreciate the opportunity.
Frank, before we move on, I want to know if you want to make a couple quick comments on the balance of the map, the eastern region and the southern region, and maybe also with a comment on Koreatown, because that was a big as well.
Yes, happy to. Beginning with the with the East, I had the privilege of staffing regions 1 and 2. Deputy Director Ariana Bankler-Jukes had the privilege of staffing regions 3 and 4, as we recall. So with respect to Region 2, very few things are easy in redistricting. One of the realities of redistricting this time around is that each of the 3 districts in Region 2 are underpopulated. Council District 14, not significantly, particularly when one takes into account the undercount, but Council District 1 is underpopulated on the order of, I think it's about 14,000 people. Now, let me add a caveat as I say that, because a week ago today, the statewide database, which comes out of UC Berkeley, as we know, several years ago, the state legislature determined that it is not right for California entities to redistrict without all of us doing our best to take into account brothers and sisters in the incarcerated community. And so by virtue of that law, Karen McDonald, who is the keeper of the statewide database at UC Berkeley, when the census data comes out, she analyzes it very carefully, and she and her team do their very best to reallocate members of the incarcerated community back to, as I understand it, their last known address of record. And so her analysis, the official term is state adjustment. The state adjustment of the August 12 released census data came out a week ago today. And so, as Dave Ely reminds us, the number, the equal populace number for every council district is no longer, as of 7 days ago, 259,916.47. Now it's Paul Mitchell will recall. I don't. It's north of 260,000, not by much, but it's north of 260,000. Why do I mention that now? Well, because Council District 1 no longer needs to pick up 14,000 people. It needs to pick up about 15,000 people. Council District 13, from the beginning of this exercise, almost the moment that we got the census data in August, Council District 13 needs to pick up about 25,000 people. It frankly was, it came out of the redistricting process 10 years ago, underpopulated, and the degree of underpopulation, if I can use that term, has only grown quite apparently over the last 10 years. So as Region 2 pointed out, the basic geography, Region 2 cannot move east. Region 2 cannot move north. For Region 2 to move south, it could theoretically be done, but people in the south will let you know there's a whole lot of folks down there, and there are significant Voting Rights Act implications of long-standing in the districts that make up Greater South LA, and so the result of all of this is that the way for Region 1 as a whole to pick up population, particularly respectfully Council District 13, is to move, as Region 2 pointed out in its memo, west and or north, with all of the associated complications and consternations that may result. And so Region 2's imagination of what those 3 districts might best look like over the next 10 years has been put forth, and I believe it's going to be revisited again this evening by virtue of Paul Mitchell's attempt to encapsulate Senator Polanco's clarifications and amplifications of what might best be done with and for the people of those three council districts. The districts of 8, 9, 10, 15, deep and profound considerations of a whole variety of issues there that go back actually many years. This is a proud part of the city that continues to have a significant challenges in terms of economic viability. But the folks there refuse to give up. And so the message from 15 essentially is we prefer to continue to pursue our own destiny within essentially the districts that we have known, the district boundaries that we have known for the last 10 years. We can do this. And so what emerged from the Region 1 report, this is obviously no small editorialization on my part, was a remarkable message of self-reliance and of fortitude, with clearly a deep abiding respect for the Voting Rights Act, which has for 55 years been very important to the districts and the people of that part of the city. And Koreatown. As I think I suggested last Monday, at the conclusion of the meeting, the chair gave me the opportunity to make some observation. Recall, commissioners, it was about 4.5 weeks ago now. It was a Friday night when I saw in my inbox in the office an email from the Koreatown Redistricting Task Force, and I opened that email, and I opened a map of sorts that had been produced and was being offered by the multiple stakeholders, quite apparently multiple stakeholders of the Koreatown community, of a variety of backgrounds and ethnicities, quite obviously. And the task force's imagination of Koreatown, let me continue to suggest, makes a historically vexing, quite apparently, a challenge in putting the community of Koreatown into one, and finally, at last, only one council district, which, when I was executive director of the first Citizens Commission 20 years ago, people of Koreatown wanted very badly. But the task force definition of Koreatown now is different than perhaps the predominant way of thinking about the Koreatown resolution opportunity previously. Because whereas neighborhood councils are very often a very facile and defensible, even beautiful way to honor a community in constructing a council district for them. The Wilshire Koreatown Neighborhood Council is, in a word, humongous. The task force, however, it redefines Koreatown, and the task force suggests from the inside out that we in Koreatown define our community like this. And what emerged when I opened that was there was much less of an elongated rectangle, and it was a little bit more of a square. The most significant change that one sees right away is that the task force's northern boundary of Koreatown is now Beverly Boulevard. It's not Melrose. It's Beverly Boulevard. Respectfully, when one looks at the configuration over the last 10 years of the great 10th district, and one sees the northern boundary of the 10th district as being Beverly, at least for thank you very much. Appreciate that. As being Beverly, at least for a portion of Koreatown, then one recognizes that one avenue, one path to victory here at last may well be for Council District 10, respectfully, to simply extend its northern boundary at Beverly over to Beverly and Vermont, and to pick up that area and accept that into Council District 10 anew. That area and a little bit of in addition to the eastern border of Koreatown, per the task force, that area combined is approximately 18,000 people. Well, that sounds like a lot, but what has made Koreatown so vexing, quite apparently, for some time, is the Koreatown Neighborhood Council is about, what, 98,000 people? But the reimagination from the inside out by Koreatown stakeholders themselves of what constitutes Koreatown, I think may represent a historic opportunity to finally do what many commissioners over the last 3 iterations have attempted to do. Having said that, the commission has also heard quite a bit of testimony from the neighbors just to the west of Koreatown, one of the largest and oldest neighborhood councils in the entire city. It's right in the middle of the city, the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. And the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council has repeatedly suggested to this commission that while it joins everyone who's interested in a Koreatown being in one district, the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council respectfully points out that there has been for some time a boundary between the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council and the Wilshire Koreatown Neighborhood Council, and with a request that the commission, in its attempts to resolve the Koreatown aspirations, observe the existing boundary between those two neighborhood councils. And so what you see here represented, if one could zoom in, I know it's really hard to see, but this imagination honors the standing border between those two particular neighborhood councils, but it otherwise has Koreatown, as redefined most recently by the Koreatown Task Force itself, in Council District 10, where the vast majority of the Koreatown Task Force definition of Koreatown is currently. I think that concludes mine, unless there are any other.
Thank you, Frank. And I just want to add one thing that I know that you did not mean to omit, but I think it's certainly something that's come up on a number of occasions, and that is going back to the, as we defined it, the Southern Region 8, 9, 10, and 15. There was a significant amount of testimony from residents in Watts about not being, not wanting to be split, and also some concerns about not wanting to remain in the 15th. So as I know, we talked about, you gave that significant consideration, but at the end did not see a solution that would move the entire population to some other district. And that's why it in fact remains the same. But I just wanted to make sure that people understand that this was something that was that was taken in consideration. So, and I don't know if you want to add to that, Frank, before I open up the public.
Actually, I do, because that was a remarkable omission on my part, particularly because no issue for the commissioners in Region 1 was did they invest themselves, from my perspective, more on an intellectual and ultimately a profoundly emotional level than with respect to the great community of Watts. Hours spent trying to figure out how to best do right by the people of that proud community. And the result is to leave, along with the other boundaries between 8, 9, 10, and 15, to leave that intact with the continuing hope that people will continue to express themselves politically, and that people will not be deterred in continuing to speak their truth to the powers that confront them. And I appreciate the opportunity to add to that, because it was a remarkable investment by those commissioners.
Thank you, Frank. And I know that's something you gave a lot of thought, so that's why I wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to clarify. So with that, I mean, I again, as I mentioned at the start of the prior to Frank's starting his presentation, I wanted commission members, but most importantly for now, members of the public, to hear an explanation of the map that was posted yesterday. So if they want to comment, they have the benefit. This is again map K corrected. They have the benefit of having heard that explanation. So with that, I want to go to public testimony. And as I think I mentioned, we're going to open up for 75 minutes of public testimony, and then we'll take a break, and then the commission will get to work. Can we go to public testimony?
Excuse me, Chair, if I may interrupt.
Yes.
We actually had 2 neighborhood councils approach the office to have their 3 minutes this evening, so we probably should let them go first.
Yes, please, let's start there. Thank you.
All right. We are going to ask for members of the public. We are creating a space on our agenda for members of the neighborhood councils to give their testimony. So those that have submitted community impact statements and have requested time, we have 2 organizations this evening. The first one is United Neighborhood Councils. And we would like to ask Lauren Myers to unmute themselves. And you will have up to 3 minutes to give your comments.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. So my name is Laura Myers, and I am the president of UNNC, which stands for the United Neighborhoods of the historic Arlington Heights, West Adams, and Jefferson Park Communities Neighborhood Council. So from the beginning, when we came together almost 20 years ago, it was about respecting the many neighborhoods that make up our neighborhood council. So we have filed a community impact statement, a resolution that basically requests that the Redistricting Commission keeps us all in one neighborhood council. The map that you just were discussing does do that. Some of the more recent maps also do that, so I thank you. But we have discussed at our board, our goal, our desires, not to divide community of interest, which NCs are A-type, but UNNC values our big diversity, our faith, race, gender identification, age. We value the historicity in our neighborhoods, and we consistently, on the other hand, support a balance between the past, the present, and the future. We value our existing communities, and I'm reading out loud. We look forward to a prosperous future that does include change, growth, and new residents. The reason I did want to speak today is that in these last few weeks, there have been public submitted maps, many of them, that cut off the Harvard Heights, West Adams Heights neighborhoods, which are all one single historic preservation overlay zone, HPOZ, from us. So in other words, making this Council District 10 boundary on Western rather than the eastern boundary being on Normandy. That would be an error. I know that's not what we're discussing today, but Normandy is a natural boundary. To the east of Normandy is an industrial zone, a cemetery, and not a mortuary, but a crematorium. And so you have no people living at that location unless you count the 100,000 permanent residents. So Normandy is the natural boundary. More importantly, the Harvard Heights HPOZ board and stakeholders have been working for many years now to expand their boundaries west, the HPOZ boundary west, to include Angeles Vista, which would be, is just west of Western. So we really want not to have any further discussion, if that's possible, of migrating that boundary from Normandy to Western. So that's my main point. I definitely thank you very much for considering this. And I am appreciative of the entire South LA set of boundaries that you've been discussing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was Lauren Myers from the United Neighborhood Councils. Our next organization is the Encino Neighborhood Council, and we're going to now ask Glenn Bailey to unmute yourself. So once again, we're going to hear from the Encino Neighborhood Council and Glenn Bailey, and you'll also have up to 3 minutes.
Actually, it's Patricia Bates who's president. I filed the Community of Act statement, but the president will be speaking. Patricia Bates, Pat Bates.
Thank you, no problem. We're going to go ahead and find her in the line. Hold on a second, everyone. All right, Patricia Bates from the Encino Neighborhood Council, you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. I hope you can hear me. I'm Pat Bates, president of the Encino Neighborhood Council. The Encino Neighborhood Council, defining Encino as the community bounded by Mulholland Drive on the south, Interstate 405 on the east, Victory Boulevard on the north, and Lindley Avenue on the west, has filed a community impact statement indicating a preference for Map Plan C2. The Encino boundaries of Map C2 are reflected in subsequent maps J and K. The Encino Neighborhood Council had a vigorous debate on the initial map presentation, concentrating on Map B2, which is the eastern version, starting with Encino on the west, extending east to Los Feliz and south to Hollywood. And Map C2, which starts in Sherman Oaks and extends to the west end of the San Fernando Valley, including Encino, Tarzana, and Woodland Hills. There was an issue of insufficient time to study the maps and consideration of postponing for more study. Eventually, the issue became west versus east, and Map C2, West Valley, prevailed. A prime consideration was Encino and its boundaries. Some other issues discussed. First, the Sepulveda Basin directly abuts several Encino residential communities, which have been experiencing issues of fires originating in the basin and crime. It does a disservice to these communities to not include with them the council district, which is charged with administration of the adjacent basin areas. Further, the Sepulveda Basin is historically and is currently considered part of Encino. The C2 West Valley option combines Encino and Tarzana, which share a community plan, other specific plans, and city maintenance services. The two communities are virtually identical demographically and historically have developed together. On or near the dividing line between Encino and Tarzana, there are at least 8 religious institutions as well as early education centers and schools. Currently, many Encino and Tarzana students and congregants are split among council districts, diluting their voice. And I'm quickly running out of time here, so I will say thank you for combining the West or South Valley areas. I do raise the issue of the basin. Thank you so much for your consideration and your hard work.
Thank you very much. From the Encino Neighborhood Council Chair, I was making a mistake. We actually did have a third community organization, the West Side Neighborhood Council.
Please.
We are now going to,
please.
Thank you. We're now going to ask Terry Tippett to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you.
Good evening. You'll have up to 3 minutes as well.
Okay, I want to thank you guys for your hard work and all the hours and time you're putting into it. As a volunteer, I understand what you're going through. We're okay with map K because it's the only one that fits the entire West Side Neighborhood Council into one district. We're District J on your maps, and the other two, I and J, do not. They stop at the 10 freeway, which just leaves a very, very small portion of the WNC in a different area. So we're just reiterating the maps we sent in and the comments we sent in that we want the WNC to be in one area council district. And that would mean going to national and taking National East to the 10. I can't emphasize much how tiny this little area is. So we're just hoping that you'll agree with us to have the natural boundary be national so we could be in one district. Thank you again for all the time you're putting into this.
Thank you very much for your comments and all of our comments this evening from our neighborhood council representatives. So Chair, I believe we don't have any more community impact statements. You can begin to open up the public comment testimony.
Yes. Let's please open the public comments.
I'm not sure what the proper procedure is, but I received notice that there is someone from the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council in queue. Are they able to also go first, or should they just wait?
Commissioner Friedberg, thank you for that. If the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council has filed a community impact statement, they are allowed time. So I'm not. Can staff advise me? Have we had such a impact statement filed?
Yes, Chair, I believe we have.
Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, so we are now going to try to identify our members in the call list from the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council. So
it is Mike Sweeney.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much, Chair.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mike Sweeney, go ahead and unmute yourself from the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I'm Mike Sweeney. I'm the Vice President of the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council. I'm here on behalf of our neighborhood council to reiterate what we sent in our letter, which is there is no option that should be considered that carves up Eagle Rock. The Northeast LA districts that have been dropped on us last night that carve the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council into three separate council districts should be rejected. It is unacceptable to introduce such a drastic dismemberment of our neighborhood and of our neighborhood council in a meeting that was continued, and to tell people who might have given testimony before that they cannot give testimony on such a drastic change. I am very happy to hear the discussion earlier about the valley and the importance, the repeated importance of keeping neighborhood councils whole and as single entities. We expect and we demand that that same consideration be given to Eagle Rock. We are surrounded on three sides by city limits. There is no justification to sever our neighborhood. There is no historical wrong that you are righting. We have been in District 14 since they invented the council districts in 1925. That we are surrounded by both, again, by city limits, by freeways, by ridge lines. There are plenty of natural borders. Instead, option K divides our neighborhood along Colorado Boulevard and Eagle Rock Boulevard. Those are not the edges of our neighborhood. Those are the spines. Those are the pieces of the neighborhood that everyone understands as being core to the community. There's no justification for this, and we expect this to be corrected and these horrible districts for Northeast LA be fixed. Highland Park is also is getting screwed by this. Lastly, if it is okay to introduce at such a late time such drastic changes, you owe it to the voters of LA to look at an option finally that carves up downtown Los Angeles. That is the issue here, is that by trying to keep much more heterogeneous neighborhoods in downtown as a single piece and continuing the mistakes made in the last redistricting, you are carving up much smaller communities for spurious reasons. We again, as a neighborhood council, and our other community members like Tara, stand fully against option K and want to be kept in a single district and ideally Council District 14. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Chair Ali, I do believe that ends our comments from our partners with the neighborhood councils.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Let's go to general public comment now.
All right. In conformity with the governor's executive order N-29, and due to concerns over COVID-19, the Los Angeles City Council Redistricting Commission meetings will be conducted entirely virtually and telephonically. Via Zoom webinar, members of the public who would like to give public comment on the items listed on the agenda should click the raise hand function to request to speak. Via telephone, members of the public who would like to offer public comment on the items listed on the agenda should press *9 to enter the speakers list. Now I'd like to introduce Harit Trivedi from the City Attorney's Office to go over the ground rules for public comment. Harit.
Thank you, Rob. To members of the public calling in to provide public comment to the commission tonight, when it's your turn to speak, we'll announce your name, the last 3 digits of your phone number, or your other identifying information. When we announce your number or name or identifying information, then you're live in the meeting and it's your turn to speak. Please immediately unmute yourself. You'll have 1 minute to speak per person on the one agenda item on the agenda today. We'll let you know when your time is up and we're moving on to the next speaker. When speaking on an agenda item, you must be on topic. If you're not speaking on the agenda item, or we cannot tell whether you're speaking on the agenda item, you'll get a brief warning from me or the chair or the executive director. If you do not immediately get back onto topic or again stray off topic, you will be cut off and forfeit the rest of your time and will be forced to move on to the next speaker. To members of the public calling in to speak, we understand that you might be listening to the broadcast of the meeting on the internet or another device. Because there's a time delay between the live meeting and the broadcast, please keep one ear on your phone so that you can hear when we announce your identifying information or your last 3 digits of your phone number, and so that you can immediately unmute yourself or press *6. Otherwise, we might think you're no longer on the meeting and move on to the next speaker. Also, if you're listening to the broadcast on the internet or another device, please immediately turn down the volume of the broadcast on that device to avoid feedback and confusion because of the time delay. Finally, I'd like to warn you, commissioners and members of the public, that some members of the public may choose to use modes of expression that are offensive or vulgar, including the use of racial epithets. Some of that content is First Amendment protected speech, and there's little that we can do but hear it. But members of the public, you may choose to turn down the volume of the public comment if you do not choose to listen to the vulgarities or offensive language. And with that, I'll pass it back to the chair.
Thank you, Harit. And with that, let's open up to public testimony.
All right, thank you very much, Chair Ali. So for members of the public, for public testimony this evening, we are going to cap at 1 minute per comment. We are going to announce the speakers in different groups so we can allow everyone to prepare their comments and we can move through as expeditiously as possible. Our first group of speakers include Alyssa Cruz, Jennifer DeVore, Ellen Evans, and Lionel Mares. So Alyssa Cruz, go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay, you're gonna have to get promoted. So Alyssa Cruz, you're gonna be our first speaker. We're gonna promote you to give you an opportunity to speak. And when you do, you'll be able to unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Yes, so 1 second. Let's just confirm that she was promoted. She can accept it, and just make sure that your video is off, Alyssa, when you get it, when you accept the invite to be promoted. Okay, here you are. Let's see. Seems that she's having audio difficulties. So Rob, let's give it a moment and circle back to her.
All right, no problem. Let's continue on in our speakers list. Jennifer DeVore, you're our next speaker. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Jennifer DeVore. I live in Hancock Park and I serve on the Hancock Park Homeowners Association. I'm also the Hancock Park rep on the GWNC. I support draft Plan K corrected and specifically its map of District J. My neighborhood had asked to be part of District J, which includes all of Greater Wilshire. We are a community of shared interest. This map keeps our neighborhood council, the GWNC, whole. And the proposed Plan K, District J, shares significant community of interest, including parks, historic neighborhoods, and historic sites, Orthodox Jewish religious institutions, and schools with the neighborhoods to our west. Thank you so much for listening.
All right, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ellen Evans. Ellen Evans, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll also have up to 1 minute. Ellen Evans, you're our next speaker.
Thank you. Before I begin, may I note that Robert Schlesinger from the Bel Air Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council is waiting to speak as well.
Oh, many people are waiting. Go ahead.
On behalf of the Neighborhood Council with a community impact statement. So good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for your service on this difficult task. My name is Ellen Evans, and I'm the president of the Doheny Sunset Plaza Neighborhood Association, which advocates for the interest of Los Angeles residents in the hills above Sunset Strip, mostly in zip code 90069. Our predominant communities of interest are to the east, Mount Olympus, Nichols Canyon, and Outpost Estates. We share geography, topography, and a number of different issues with these communities. Please keep us with those communities. We also ask that you allow us to remain in our current council district. In the previous redistricting, we were moved from 5 to 4, and during a critical period of change in our neighborhood, we were represented by a termed out council member with no stake in our neighborhood. If you put us back in CD5, once again, we would be represented by a termed out council member with no stake in our area. We ask that you keep us in Council District 4, and please do consider letting Bel Air Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council use their 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We will confirm that. Our next speaker is Lionel Mares. Lionel Mares, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll also have up to 1 minute to give your public comment.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. I'm calling because I'm a resident of CD6, Sun Valley, California. And I'm a East Valley resident for a long time. And I look at the maps and Plan K, I believe it's the current version. I do believe because we are predominantly Latino and Spanish speaking community neighborhood. And I do believe that we deserve as much attention and political representation because I've been publicly engaged with the city council for the past year and a half. And I feel like we're largely ignored by the city of LA. And many people forget that the Valley is part of LA, and I do believe that Sun Valley needs to be, I guess, unified and strengthened, more representation, because many of us are underrepresented and many constituents don't engage in public comment as much as I do. And we don't want to be ignored. We want to be represented and gain more city services and representation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker are going to include the following names: Dudley Saunders, Owen Smith, Kathy Schreiner, and Joseph Roth. So Dudley Saunders, go ahead and unmute yourself. and you'll have up to
Hi.
1 minute to give your comment.
Great. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Dudley Saunders. My husband and I live in the Wilshire Park HPOZ neighborhood, which is part of the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council, and I'm newly on the board of the Wilshire Park Association, and I'm speaking in support of revised Plan K, and more specifically, its new District J. We in our neighborhood want to be part of the revised District J for the same reason we support removing Sherman Oaks from our current district. We share communities of interest, we share historical residential neighborhoods, parks, schools, sports leagues, the list goes on. Our representatives should not have to choose between groups of constituents whose interests may not align with each other. All our neighborhoods and unique needs be adequately represented, both in my neighborhood and the neighborhoods to our east. This revised Plan K really does that very, very well. You did a great job and we appreciate it.
I'm gonna
support it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your comment. We're actually going to, before we continue on our list, we had a previous caller, Alyssa Cruz. We're going to try to give them an opportunity to make their comments again. So once again, Alyssa Cruz, we're asking you to unmute if you can see the logo. All right. So once again, I think that we're going to have a little bit of difficulty with this particular caller. We'll give it one more chance. In the meantime, let's go back into our current list, which includes Owen Smith and Kathy Schreiner and Joseph Roth. So Owen Smith, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment. Our next speaker is Owen Smith.
My name is Owen Smith, and I live in the Brookside. Can you hear me?
Oh, loud and clear.
Okay. I live in the Brookside neighborhood, which is part of the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. We are thankful for your process that has led to a revised Plan K and its District J. I thank you for your action. The Brookside Homeowners Association thanks you. The Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council thanks you. And we will now build a new home in District J. Again, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm done.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Kathy Schreiner. Kathy Schreiner, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. My name is Kathy Schreiner. I'm Vice President of the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council, although speaking for myself, but I'm sure we will have a CIS before the last October meeting. I'm not sure, Mr. Cardenas, you mentioned all the neighborhood councils you kept intact, but Van Nuys has been split and split in a very odd way. And even if you look at the map, you'll see there's a bulge on the pink map of N, because that's just a little piece of Van Nuys. So our Van Nuys Neighborhood Council boundaries just go to the 405 freeway. And that's where we would like to have that. So we would like the District M to be extended to the 405 freeway. It's kind of odd because right now, Council District 6 represents us and they go from the 405 to Van Nuys Boulevard. And then Council District 2 represents us going east from Van Nuys Boulevard. Now Council District M would go, I can't figure out the streets, because there are no streets on this, but it would be the eastern part of Van Nuys, and the western part of Van Nuys would now be grouped with all these people on the west of the 405 freeway that are not as
Thank you,
seamless.
Speaker. Your time is up. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, our next list of speakers are going to include Joseph Roth, Robert Schlesinger, and caller ending in phone number 570. So Joseph Roth, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, or I guess good evening. I'm Joseph Roth. I'm on the board of the Westwood South of Santa Monica Boulevard Homeowners Association and the Westside Neighborhood Council. We previously submitted letters and voiced support for keeping the entirety of the Westside Neighborhood Council within one city council district. Of the 3 new draft versions of the maps, I, J, and K, only version K keeps the Westside Neighborhood Council whole. So by default, we would prefer version K. However, what is missing from versions I and J is merely the tiny triangle bounded by the 10 freeway to the north, National Boulevard to the south, and the 405 freeway to the west. So if this small triangle were added to map I and map J's versions of District J, we would be fine with those maps as well. Thank you very much for your consideration and your hard work.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments, sir. Our next speaker, Robert Schlesinger. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Next speaker, Robert Schlesinger.
Yes.
All right, good evening.
I'm representing the Bel Air Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council, following up on CIS statements that have been made before. I don't know why I wasn't recognized, but I am being recognized, so I have 3 minutes, I would assume.
Sorry, sir, there may be some confusion, but if we did not receive a filed request to speak this evening, which we have done from the other speakers, we would not be able to allow that this evening, but our next meeting on Thursday night, you have more than enough opportunity to give us an input for that evening's meeting. But you can have 1 minute this evening.
I'll wait until the next meeting.
I understand.
I've got 3 minutes worth of dialogue. I can't do it in a minute.
Completely understand. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is going to be caller ending in phone number 570. Caller ending in 570. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. So once again, our next speaker is calling in on the phone. Their phone number ends in 570. You can press *6 to unmute. All right, well, we're just going to go ahead and move on to our next speaker. Our next list of speakers is going to include Baldomero 25, David Heinen, and Lori Kelson. So Baldomero 25, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment. Once again, our next speaker is Baldomero or B. Aldomero 25. All right, well, we're just gonna try to give them another opportunity. If you are David Heinen, go ahead and unmute yourself right now. You should press the unmute, and there you go. And you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
All right, good afternoon, distinguished commissioners. My name again is David Hyman from North Hills West, formerly known as Sepulveda, which I've been a resident since 1960 when my parents moved into the community. The zip code we have, 91343, reflects the communities of North Hills West, North Hills East, the southern portion of Granada Hills, and the eastern portion of Northridge. The 405 freeway separates North Hills West from North Hills East, and the two communities are very different. North Hills East has a denser, more urban feel to it due to the higher density in the community, due to the numerous apartments, condos, townhomes, and patio homes within its boundaries. And North Hills East has a bigger business district with the Sepulveda Boulevard Business Corridor. But regardless, North Hills West has a handful of higher density properties, but we mostly are aligned with Granada Hills and Northridge, which share our zip code, our portions of them do. So we'd like to remain in District 12. As one of the maps showed us moving out of that district. So that was the comments I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Lori Kelson. Lori Kelson, go ahead and unmute yourself. And you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment. Our next speaker is Lori Kelson.
Hello.
Hello.
I live in CD5 in the Encino Neighborhood Council District as of right now. I like very much your map, and I know our Neighborhood Council President, Pat Bates, has spoken. I'm concerned more with the southern end of our district, which is Mulholland Drive. All of Mulholland Drive should be included in the Valley District. It's part of South Valley Planning. It's part of the Mulholland Specific Plan, which includes an institutional use corridor, including 11 schools, a university, a church, a temple, a museum. So let's not do it down the middle of the street, but include all of Mulholland Drive as our southern boundary. Thank you so much, and thanks for your work.
All right, thank you very much, Speaker. I'm going to try to give a couple speakers that we called on a minute ago a second chance. If you are Baldomero 25, you are allowed to give your public comment. So go ahead and introduce yourself. You have up to 1 minute. Good evening.
Sí, me escuchan.
Sí.
Sí, me escuchan. Hello.
Yeah,
Hello?
loud and clear.
I think the Spanish translator needs to alert on the Spanish channel, Javier or Ricardo.
I need translation for me and speak Spanish, English, please, and Spanish.
Yes, hold on 1 second. Thank you.
Okay.
Ahorita le vamos a ayudar.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go ahead and give Baldomero 25 an opportunity to switch their language channel. And whenever they're ready, they can go ahead and begin.
Sí, buenas tardes, comisionados. ¿Sí me escuchan? Hello?
Loud and clear.
Ok. Buenas tardes, comisionados. Gracias por permitirme hablar. Mi nombre es Baldomero Capiz, presidente de la organización Unión Binacional de Exbraceros. Nuestra gente es gente de descendencia mexicana, muy trabajadora y orgullosa de sus raíces en esta comunidad del Distrito 14. Braceros han estado activos en muchas causas como la lucha por vivienda accesible y mejorar la calidad de vida de nuestras comunidades. Nuestro grupo se identifica con muchos grupos comunitarios, no solo de Bolo Heights, pero del centro de Los Ángeles, quienes juntos tenemos las mismas causas cívicas que nos identifican como comunidad. Comisionados, nuestra organización está a favor de los mapas J y LI que mantiene el Distrito 14 unido como nuestras comunidades de interés. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We'd like to ask our Deputy Director, Ariana Bankler-Jukes, to go ahead and make an announcement now.
Yeah, just a reminder for folks to be on the correct channel that you'd like to hear translation services for. So if you would like to hear it being translated to English, select English. We have Spanish and Armenian as well. If you select those, you'll be able to hear the simultaneous translation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ariana. Our next speaker is a phone caller who is phone number ending in 570. So caller ending in 570, please press *6 to unmute yourself right now, and you'll be allowed to give your comment. So one more time, phone caller ending in 570. Go ahead and unmute yourself by pressing *6. All right, well, apologies, caller. Maybe next time we'll be able to hear from you. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next speakers list, which is going to include phone caller ending in number 230, phone caller ending in 915, and M-Shock Gazarian. So phone caller ending in 230, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. Our next speaker is a phone caller ending in phone number 230. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. There we go. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Allison Higgins, and I live in the Ridgewood-Wilton neighborhood, which is part of Greater Wilshire. I support draft plan K corrected, and specifically its map of District J. My neighborhood has to be a part of District J, which includes all of Greater Wilshire. We're a community of shared interests, historic neighborhoods, religious institutions, their affiliated schools, community centers, and cultural institutions. Our living patterns are deeply intertwined. When our neighborhood councils are kept whole, we can develop a stronger voice and have our neighborhoods fairly representative. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your comment, speaker. Our next speaker is caller ending in phone number 915. Caller ending in phone number 915, please press *6 and you'll have up to 1 minute.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. My name is Kristen Kapersky, and I'm a resident of Echo Park. I strongly disagree with draft plan K corrected to move Echo Park out of Councilman O'Farrell's district CD 13. And I suggest that there be revisions to the plan to include the full Echo Park, including Angelino Heights as well. The current proposal would divide the residents of the 90026 zip code right down the middle, which is a direct contradiction of the redistricting criteria to maintain geographic integrity of our community. And it does a disservice by moving Echo Park residents into a district under Councilman Cedillo, who they did not vote for and who does not represent their interests. Echo Park has historically been treated by the city with lower regard, and draft plan K corrected looks eerily similar to the redlining locations used 50 years ago. As a working class minority neighborhood, we are not just numbers on a sheet of paper, we are members of a community and we deserve to be treated with that respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is M-Shock Gazarian. M-Shock Gazarian, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Hi, my name is Mashak Gazarian. I'm a lifelong resident of Valley Glen. And while I appreciate Commissioner Cardenas and his attempts to keep as many groups unified as possible. I do think that it is fairly glaring that Van Nuys, but specifically Valley Glen as well, is split up in this space. I think it is really important to keep that community together with its North Hollywood counterparts. It is due to like-minded, the socioeconomic nature, as well as the people that live there. I do believe, again, that it would be very important to make sure that Valley Glen is whole, especially in a district that is going to be as choppy as it already is. I believe it'd be important to keep those communities together so that they can have common resources throughout the course of these next 10 years. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Our next group of speakers include Elisa Finston, Nancy Ochoa, and Masele Nagash. So our next speaker is Elisa Finston. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Elisa Finston, hello.
Hi, my name is Elisa Finston, and I am a resident of the Pico Robertson area, but I'm also an employee at the Jewish Federation of Greater Los Angeles, which I'm calling on behalf of tonight. The Federation has been serving the Jewish community of Los Angeles for more than 100 years. I want to thank the Commission for Draft Plan K corrected, with an emphasis on District J that has unified Hancock Park in one district and keeps it together with Pico Robertson and other Jewish populations. I also want to ask the Commission for one modification, which may seem minor to District J, but it has impact in the Jewish community. There is a portion of Beverlywood that has been cut out of District J, CD5, to put into CD10, and we ask that you find equal population to swap back that piece to keep Beverlywood whole into District J, CD5. Thank you so much.
Thank you again for your comment, speaker. Our next speaker is Nancy Ochoa. Nancy Ochoa, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Hello, thank you for selecting me. So I am born and raised in Echo Park and business owner here, homeowner, and I do not support the separation of Echo Park. I would like to keep it as a whole. I would like Angelino Heights to be added. I would like for the committee to get a lot more input from the community, because I can tell you that we are not happy with that. The Latinos in the community, we have a lot in common with the way that our current district is situated, and we are not happy with becoming City 1. We did not vote for Gil Cedillo. He does not represent our best interest. We would like to continue working with Mitchell Farrell. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your comment. Our next speaker is Masele Nagash. So Masele Nagash, go ahead and unmute yourself, and I apologize if I did not pronounce your name correctly. You can introduce yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute.
My name is Masele Nagash. I'm speaking today against the proposed K-map and in support of moving Watts from the 15th district to the 9th district. In addition to being neglected for a long time, Watts also has similar demographic characteristics to the neighborhoods to the north in the 9th district. Please do what is right by recommending to move Watts to the 9th district. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for your comments. I believe we may have fixed our technical difficulties, and we now ask Alyssa Cruz to unmute themselves. And you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment. Our next speaker is Alyssa Cruz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hi, I live in the city of LA and I'm a Filipino American. I ask, what purpose does splitting Thai-Town into 2 council districts serve? How will working class communities of color benefit from being grouped with neighborhoods far wealthier and resourced? None of the sample maps reflect the interests of our residents, business owners, and workers. Flushing Thai-Town is not only nonsensical, but a direct challenge to our political voice. Amid systemic neglect, our strength is in our ability to collectivize and support one another. Redistricting Thai-Town will not only affect our advocacy, but will have immense repercussions for our local economy, cultural institutions, and social services. Resources fought not just for Thais, but for our working class communities as a whole. The Thai Community Development Center has its own proposed map that unifies our Asian ethnic enclaves and keeps historic Filipino town and Koreatown together. I ask, how are we ensuring that our working class communities benefit from these plans? Are we truly listening to people's concerns? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment, speaker. Our next group of speakers are going to include the following names: Asata Umoja, Pastor Byron Smith Sr., and Jeremy Gardner. So Asata Umoja, you're our next speaker. Press unmute yourself, and you have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Okay, hi, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Asata Umoja. I'm with the Hyde Park Organizational Partnership for Empowerment and also a member of the Planning Committee for the Park Mesa Heights Neighborhood Council. And I'm here to speak today because I want to just take note that I'm in District 8, speaking specifically to District 8, that the largest remaining population in the city of Los Angeles happens to be in District 8. However, it is also one of the communities that has been most neglected in terms of economic growth. And I'm requesting that it's really, in order to address the inequities of the past, that we have our major economic drivers return to us. We have Exposition Park, and we also have USC and the other half of the mall that was taken away from us. In order for any community to be able to grow and survive, you absolutely need an economic base. Those economic engines have been taken away from us.
Your time is up, Speaker. So I apologize for cutting you off, but thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Pastor Byron Smith Sr. Pastor Byron Smith Sr., go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll have up to a minute to give your comment.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the commission and the community and the city council. I would like to make a recommendation to the Redistricting Commission that Leimert Park remain in District CD10 and that Koreatown 4 districts be reduced to two districts, and that this second district be placed in CD10 and CD4. And Koreatown should be separated into a northern half and a southern half. This will allow the Koreatown community to consecrate the political power from 4 districts to 2. And this would also help motivate diversity within CD10. On the other hand, putting all Koreatown into CD10 would have an adverse impact on the Black vote block in CD10, likely giving rise to a violation of the Voting Rights Acts. So I would like to recommend this to the commission.
All right, thank you very much, Speaker, for your comments. Our next speaker is Jeremy Gardner. So Jeremy Gardner, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Hi, I'm a Laurel Canyon resident, and I really do appreciate the incredible hard work that you guys are doing. There's a lot of people with a lot of needs, and I know the compromises you're going to have to make are significant. I think the Hillside area, the Hollywood and Hillside area entertainment considerations are huge. It's a giant industry in our community. It continues to grow. It provides great jobs for all sorts of people. These are high-paying jobs, quite often union jobs with great benefits. Kudos to putting together an entertainment-based district. The hillsides have the highest risk for fire and landslides, along with crazy traffic and unbelievable development. And as a unified community, we will be able to better handle those. Those issues are life-threatening to those of us who live here. We really do appreciate it. And lastly, thank you for trying to keep us together in the hills. We really do appreciate it. Those in Laurel Canyon, we are Laurel Canyon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Our next speakers list is going to include G. Joshua Silva, Jenny Park, and Rory Cunningham. So our next speaker is G. Joshua Silva, or Sliwa. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to a minute.
Yeah, thank you. This is G. Joshua Sliva. Thank you, Chair Ali, commissioners, and city redistricting staff for your time and energy. I agree with everything that Jeremy just said. I've been a resident of Laurel Canyon for 17 years, and I do not support any draft where historic hillside community is divided down Laurel Canyon Boulevard. I do support the Redistricting Commission's staff recommendation, Draft K corrected. I thank the redistricting staff for recognizing the importance of unifying our hillsides in District O and keeping our community whole. Thank you again.
Thank you very much for your comments, sir. Our next speaker is Jenny Park. Jenny Park, our next speaker. You can unmute yourself now and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jenny Park and I'm a resident of Koreatown. I'd like to thank everybody that partook and put work and dedication into this year's redistricting process so that everything is carried out efficiently and effectively. The voices and opinions of the Koreatown community is, keeping Koreatown whole would empower the voices of the mostly immigrant and renter population here in Koreatown. So I advocate the consideration of keeping Koreatown unified into one council district. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment, speaker. Our next speaker, Rory Cunningham. Rory Cunningham, you're our next speaker. You can unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your public comment. Once again, Rory Cunningham. There you go.
Thank you, Rob, and thank you, commissioners. My name is Rory Cunningham. I sit as the co-president of the St. Andrew Square Neighborhood Association. I'm also on the Land Use Committee for the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. And I want to thank you for the draft Plan K corrected, and specifically District J. It's great that it's understood that all of Greater Wilshire neighborhood wants to stay together. All previous maps would have actually split the Ridgewood-Wilton National District in half, and all of them would also have split St. Brendan's Church from St. Brendan's School. So Plan K corrected, District J is excellent. Thank you so much. I do want to put out kudos though to Alexander Hsu, who put out the Plan 1 in District M. It was admirable that you put all of Koreatown together in a way that worked. And I think that this is, both of these have really focused on keeping communities together. So thank you very much.
Thank you again, speaker, for your comments. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 763, phone number ending in 763, followed by Aida Ashuri and John Wellborn. So caller ending in phone number 763. Go ahead and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Hi there. Thank you for your good work. My name is Mark Dutton. I live in Tahunga. I want to start out by saying I agree 100% with the gentleman from Eagle Rock. The public has been left out of city processes for too long. I can think of no better example than the redistricting process before us now. The 2020 shutdown has made it impossible for constituents to participate in our local government, and the city seems uninterested in remedying this problem. The public must be given the time, information, and opportunity to participate in its own future, especially when it comes to such a life-changing event like redistricting. To do this now, as families are struggling to keep food on the table and a roof over their heads, is simply undemocratic and unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker, Aida Ashuri. Aida Ashuri, please unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Thank you so much. First of all, I just want to get out of the way that I think it's just doesn't make any sense at all that Griffith Park was separated from Los Feliz. Los Feliz Neighborhood Council used to actually be named after Griffith Park. It's the one neighborhood that actually juxtaposes and is within Griffith Park. It makes no sense to separate those. There's very few people that actually live within the park or juxtapose against the park as well. I just feel like this whole process is, again, echoing the previous person. It's been undemocratic. It's almost gerrymandering because you have only a few days that you're releasing these maps. Very, very little effort has been done to send these maps out. The website is also very hard to navigate. It could be easy at a start to just send these maps out to the neighborhood council so they're aware of them and do more outreach. This has just been a very rushed process, and it's going to impact us for 10 years, and Los Feliz should be intact.
Thank you for your comment, speaker. Our next speaker, John Wellborn. Go ahead and unmute yourself. John Wellborn, you're our next speaker. You have up to 1 minute.
I am John H. Wellborn, and I'm offering these brief comments in support of corrected draft Plan K and proposed districts H and J. Since the early 1950s, I've lived in, gone to grammar school and junior high school in, and have worked in the area that now is proposed District J, north and south of Wilshire Boulevard and west of Western Avenue. In corrected Plan K's proposed District H, which is just to J's east and south. The proposed new council boundaries finally and correctly unite in one district, the current multiple districts that split up the city's designated Koreatown. And in proposed District J, Draft K keeps the greater Wilshire communities together and ties us to our most similar communities of interest, which are the communities just a bit to our west, now in CD5. Please support Draft Plan K and proposed District J. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Shore. Robert Shore, go ahead and unmute yourself. Rob, go ahead and be hello. Good evening.
Hi, thank you. I'm Robert Shore. I'm the president of the Park La Brea Residents Association. We represent 12,000 residents, every one of whom is a tenant. I'm speaking to preserve the current linkage in CD4 between the Park La Brea neighborhood and the Los Feliz neighborhood. The reason for this linkage, the reason we think it's important, is that we are both very tenant-rich multicultural districts with common interests. Specifically, in the next 10 years, due to the housing shortage, some of the most impactful decisions that the city council is going to make are going to be weighing and balancing the rights, the interests of homeowners and landlords and tenants. And so we think it's important that tenant-rich neighborhoods be unified in as few districts as possible. Park La Brea would like to be with Los Feliz. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next group of speakers are going to include Dwayne Paul Murphy, Todd Mesereau, Sarkis, and Sam Uretsky. So Dwayne Paul Murphy, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Thank you. Hi, can everyone hear me well?
Loud and clear.
All right, perfect. Thank you. And thank you to all the commissioners for all the hard work you've been doing so far. My name is Dwayne Paul Murphy. I am a resident of Sherman Oaks here in the San Fernando Valley on Chandler Boulevard, bordering Van Nuys. And looking at the proposed maps, specifically, I believe it's draft plan J within District C. That is where I live currently, according to C on Plan J. And I actually prefer that Sherman Oaks and other working class and primarily tenant communities throughout CD4 stay in place. And I'll be happy to include other working class communities within this district, because this is how we need to be representative of these communities. And I hope CD4 remains intact the way it is, with a few changes to ensure that more tenants are included in representation. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, speaker, for your comments. Our next speaker, Todd Mesereau. Todd Mesereau, you're our next speaker. You can unmute yourself, and you'll also have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Hello. Thank you. I think the first thing I'd like to say is that the map is very confusing, because what I can't find is a map with the overlay of the current districts, which are numbers, overlaid over the proposed map, which has all these letters. So it's really difficult for someone who doesn't have the depth of experience that you do, Mr. Cardenas or Dr. Cardenas and everybody else, to figure out how these new proposals differ from the current districts. The other thing I'd like to agree with everyone, as a 25-year resident of Echo Park, where I've raised a family, this pays very little attention to the actual community, and I'm completely opposed to this draft K corrected map. Please keep our community intact and don't tear it apart. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Sarkis. Sarkis, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you can introduce yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Sarkis Hazarian. I'm a 40-year resident of Valley Glen, and I support the concept that's been talked about by Mr. Cardenas and many of the speakers of keeping neighborhoods together in one council district. The benefits of being represented in totality by one council district is vital for the voice of the people in the community to be heard. Our neighborhood association provides an opportunity for residents to voice their concerns to the elected officials and the representatives of various city departments. Valley Glen over the last 4 years has evolved into a multicultural, immigrant populated neighborhood that needs representation, as Mr. Cardenas referred to into the Voting Rights Act. So I would urge you to keep Valley Glen in one district. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Sam Uretsky. Sam Uretsky, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have a minute to give your comment as well.
Hi, my name is Sam Uretsky, and I'm a member of the board of the Larchmont Village Neighborhoods Association. I want to thank the commission for all your hard work and for listening to those of us living in Greater Wilshire, our 100 years old recognized community of interest. With draft plan K corrected District J, you acknowledged our concerns about keeping Greater Wilshire neighborhoods intact with our borders intact. My neighbors and I are grateful for this outcome. You've preserved our community. By moving the whole of Greater Wilshire West into District J, we were able now to join other communities that share many of the same values and interests as we do. We share historic residential neighborhoods, the Orthodox Jewish community and its institutions, parks, schools, and youth sport leagues. These are commonalities that are not shared with neighboring communities to the east or in other directions. Sorry. This outcome is the outcome that the allied neighborhoods of Greater Wilshire requested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next group of speakers are going to be Carlos Leon, followed by Olivia Barber, Jairo Giron, and Leslie Johnson. So Carlos Leon, go ahead and unmute yourself. And when you do, you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment. Carlos Leon, you're our next speaker.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Carlos Leon, Associate Director of Organizing with Community Coalition. I grew up in South Central LA and work in South LA. I speak constantly with South LA residents, many who were in the call today and had to leave because of their time. One of the main themes is the shared constant inequities that continue to happen and the injustices in the services, access to jobs, shelter, etc. One of the common themes is to push for equity and racial justice in the next 10 years and to make up for the harm that happened 10 years ago with CD8, CD9, and CD10. People want to reclaim the assets. In this period of recovery after the pandemic, we want all assets back in District 8 and District 9 that were lost in the last redistricting efforts. That means the University of Southern California back in District 8, California African American Museum, and the Exposition Park back on 8th, and assets in downtown LA that were lost back in District 9. We have faced many disinvestments and injustices, and we hope that we can really support our Black community that's been targeted the most. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker, Olivia Barber. Olivia Barber, go ahead and unmute yourself. And you'll also have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Hello, my name is Olivia Barber. I'm a 50-year resident of District 8 and a representative from Community Coalition. We'd like to have USC, Jefferson Park, and the African American Museum return to our community. We lost it 10 years ago. With the last redistricting moves. Looking at your map, areas F and C, CD 8, 9, and 10 seem not to be on your redistricting plan for equity. We would like to be included in the plans for the future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, Jairo or Jairo Giron. Go ahead and unmute yourself. And you are next speaker, Jairo Giron. And I apologize if we're not pronouncing that correctly. You can introduce yourself. Go ahead. We can see you're unmuted. You can speak. Once again, Jairo or Jairo Giron or Giron. We wanted to hear from you, but we're not hearing anything yet. All righty. So we're just going to go ahead and give this speaker another chance. I know that they're speaking on the Spanish channel right now, so we're going to fix that. And let's go to Leslie Johnson. And you'll be our next speaker. Leslie Johnson, go ahead and unmute yourself. And when you have the chance, you'll be able to give up to 1 minute of comment.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All righty. Good evening. My name is Leslie Johnson, and I'm the Vice President of Organizational Development at Community Coalition. We're a nonprofit organization in Council District 8, and we've had the pleasure of serving the South LA community for over 30 years. Thank you to the members of the commission for this opportunity. During this critical period of recovery, we want to see all assets returned to the 8th and 9th districts that were lost in the last redistricting process. The 8th Council District is a Voting Rights Act African American district. We want to see 50% plus one African American population, plus the return of assets lost 10 years ago, including the California African American Museum, the University of Southern California, and Exposition Park. We also want to protect the 9th District's Black population and expand the district to get to 18%. We should also be gaining economic drivers and assets for the 9th Council District from downtown LA, which is one of the wealthiest parts of the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next group of speakers include phone caller ending in phone number 686, as well as Phil Blake and Janelle Levin. So phone caller ending in 686, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you're our next speaker. Once again, our next speaker is calling in, and there you go.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Richard Parks. I'm a longtime resident of South LA. 10 years ago, the Redistricting Commission stripped Exposition Park from CD8. This was a political vendetta that hurt South LA residents in CD8 twice. First, we lost scarce revenue that could have been invested in our civic infrastructure. Secondly, Exposition Park suffered from neglect. Expo Park is contiguous with CD8. Most of CD9 is on the other side of the Harbor Freeway. Moving Exposition Park to CD8 is population neutral. Reweaving the frayed economic fabric of our community requires resources. Resources South LA has long lacked. Our community and Exposition Park will be better served by moving Exposition Park back to CD8. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is going to be Tom Bellino. I'm sorry, Phil Blake. Phil Blake, go ahead and unmute yourself. And if we mispronounce that, you can correct me, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment. Hello, Phil Blake, go ahead.
Hi, first I'd like to thank you all for giving all your time to help the city. I know it's not a very easy task, and you're never going to please everyone. My only request is that I always believe that the districts are developed so that everybody has an equal say, has some say in of their opinions and wants. So my only request is that the Jewish districts that are currently in District 5 should remain in District 5. Otherwise, they're put into areas where they're to just be a minority and their voices will not be heard. And I relinquish my time to, as they do in the Senate. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. We want to give Jairo Giron another opportunity to speak. We called on them before, but I think that they've raised their hand. So Jairo Giron, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for taking my call. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jairo Giron. I'm with the Community Coalition, and I'm a resident of South LA. Been here for a huge part of my life, and I am now raising my daughter in South LA as well. It's very exciting for me to be calling about the redistricting process, as the last time I wasn't of age. I didn't really know what was going on. Unfortunately, South LA hasn't really changed all that much, and that hurts me to say. Disinvestments, lack of resources at schools, safety issues, lack of jobs, businesses within the community. I agree with a lot of other people who called about Community Coalition. I talk about Exposition Park being one of the parks I go to frequently, the mall, Crenshaw Mall being a place I go to frequently, and neither of them are in my district, even though most of the people in my district go to these locations. We want Expo Park back, USC back. We really need them in our area to really help us get the investments we truly deserve, these resilient people.
Thank you very much for your comments. We would like to give someone who spoke earlier a chance to get their, we may have fixed a technical difficulty. So caller ending in phone number 686, go ahead and unmute yourself by pressing *6, and we'd like to hear from you again. So if you're a phone caller ending in 686, press *6 now and you'll be able to give your comment. Once again, our next speaker is calling in over the phone, ending in 686. If you press *6, we'd be able to hear from you. Hello.
Commissioners, I spoke previously. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for acknowledging that, sir. Our next group of speakers are going to include the following names: Aurea, Adina, Tom Bellino, and Carlos Arden. So Aurea, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Aurea Montes Rodriguez, Executive Vice President at Community Coalition. Thank you so much for leading this tremendous charge that will shape the direction of Los Angeles City for the next 10 years. We're truly concerned by the current draft boundaries of the South LA districts in this period of recovery. As my other COCO members have said, we want all assets that were lost in the last redistricting back in the 8th and 9th districts. USC, the California African American Museum and Exposition Park should go back to the 8th, and assets in downtown can come back to the 9th. For the 8th, we want you to protect the district as a Voting Rights Act African American district with 50% plus 1 African American population, plus the assets that we lost 10 years ago, including the African American Museum. Also, please protect the 9th district's Black population. And we should be gaining economic drivers for the 9th from downtown LA, one of the wealthiest parts of the city.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adina. Adina, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you have up to 1 minute to give your comment as well.
Jonah, I'm so sorry. Hello?
It's okay. No apologies
Jonah, but you
necessary.
need to be quiet because Mama needs to do something important. Hi, my name is Adina. Thank you all for all of your huge effort you're undertaking. I wanted to thank you for working so hard to unite Koreatown, and I really hope that you will listen to the needs of the African American community for economic justice. I support Draft Plan K, District J, in order to unite the traditional Jewish community in Hancock Park with their communities of interest. I also urge you to relook at Draft Plan K's District H, which looks like it separates some members of the Jewish community from Beverlywood and South Robertson. Thank you for your consideration from our LA Jewish Communal Redistricting Coalition's request for cultural equity for all Jewish communities citywide and all communities, ethnicities citywide. And I also wanted to note that tonight is a holiday and many of our coalition had to drop off due to the holiday beginning at 6:20. So thank you again. And I hope they'll be able to speak on the 30th. And I apologize for my kids.
No apologies necessary. Thank you so much for your comments. Our next speaker, Tom Bellino. Tom Bellino, you're our next speaker. You can go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment as well. Our next speaker is Tom Bellino. If you go ahead and unmute yourself, you'll have up to 1 minute. Okay, well, in the favor of giving everyone, I think Tom just corrected him. Go ahead, Tom. I think you can unmute yourself and you can speak.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Oh yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, so my name is Tom Bellino. I'm a board member of the MacArthur Park Neighborhood Council, but I will be speaking on behalf of just myself. So, you know, as somebody who's on a neighborhood council who also volunteers in the name of public service, I know what a great undertaking all the commissioners have taken on, and I want to believe that you have the community's best interests in mind. But given that we are not an independent redistricting commission and that you have been appointed by existing council members, and looking at the part of the map in the city where we are, I have been given no choice but to assume that these districts are drawn at the behest of the incumbents. Westlake and MacArthur Park has virtually nothing in common with Highland Park. Eagle Rock has nothing in common with Hollywood or downtown. I urge you to please use our community boundaries and our neighbors who are most like us, rather than the constituencies of the incumbents that you have been appointed by. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, Carlos Ardon. Carlos Ardon, you're our next speaker. You can unmute yourself now and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comments.
Hi, this is Carlos Ardon. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I live in Council District 13 and I work also in Council District 13. And I would like to see not the politicians' way of getting the community apart. I would like to see my community being together, Echo Park, East Hollywood, Silver Lake, and put those interests, political interests on the side. I have been working here for like over 25 years, and I like the way that it is. I am afraid if we move to another council district, if somebody else is taking over, things are getting worse. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. We had a caller that we were trying to reach earlier, ending in phone number 570. Phone caller ending in 570. If you can, please press *6, and we'd like to give you a chance to hear your comments. We saw you raise your hand again. So if you are calling and your phone number ends in 570, there you go. You'll have up to 1 minute.
Thank you. Hello, commissioners. My name is Beatriz Villagomez Horacek. I am on the Bel Air Homeowners Association, and my husband and I live in Bel Air for a very long time. I do not support the separation of Bel Air. All of Bel Air has been part of one community for almost 100 years. We have common interests as a community. The proposed plan will extremely detrimentally impact our community. So I urge you to keep Bel Air as a single neighborhood with single representation. There's no justification for splitting our neighborhood. Do not tear us apart. It is vital that we stay together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next group of speakers that we're going to announce to give you time to get your comments ready include Jamie Hall, Noel Rogers, Riley Montgomery, and caller ending in phone number 333. So our next speaker, Jamie Hall, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Hall, and I'm the president of the Laurel Canyon Association. We are a neighborhood association serving the area of the Hollywood Hills known as Laurel Canyon, one of the most beautiful and environmentally important areas of Los Angeles. We would like to go on record to oppose any maps that would divide Laurel Canyon between two council districts at Laurel Canyon Boulevard. Consistent with the above, we have reviewed the maps prepared thus far and could support Plan I, District J, Plan J, District J, Plan A1, District E, or Plan B2, District E. We could support these maps because they include Laurel Canyon within the same council district and set the eastern boundary line of the district at either the 101 freeway or at Outpost Estates. We do not agree with Map K at this point because it would extend all the way to the 210 freeway on the north side of the Verdugo Mountains, rather than being connected with community of interest to the south. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker, Noel Rogers. Noel Rogers, you're our next speaker. You can unmute yourself. And when you do, you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment. So our next speaker in line right now is Noel Rogers or Noel Rogers. If you can, please unmute yourself and we'd like to hear from you. Okay, well, we're going to come back to this caller. We're going to go to the next caller in line. That is Riley. Oh, Noel Rogers actually have unmuted themselves. Go ahead and speak.
Yes, my name is Noel Rogers. I'm a resident of Echo Park, and along with other speakers, I do not wish to see Echo Park split apart and 90026 split apart. Silver Lake and Echo Park are natural neighbors, and it's strange that with this current map, neighborhoods like Eagle Rock has been split into several pieces when there's actually a neighbor of Highland Park and would fit into that quite nicely. Also, we're included with areas that are geographically not part, divided by the LA River, the 110 freeway, which would separate us. Whereas at the moment, we're contiguous to Silver Lake, and it would benefit us to remain so. In fact, including Angelino Heights in the neighborhood would unify it together, as I projected in my map. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker, Riley Montgomery. Go ahead and unmute yourself. And when you can, you'll be able to give up to 1 minute's worth of public testimony. Riley Montgomery.
Hi, you can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. So I'm a resident stakeholder of CD13. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to any redistricting plan which would shift Echo Park and Echo Park Lake into another district. I don't support Draft Plan K, and frankly, it's strange how the public didn't get any say on which district gets to take which neighborhood, and only a small handful of people do. As others have said, there's been no transparency with the public at all. Mitch O'Farrell and CD13 have worked tirelessly for years to nurture and take care of our community. And you want to throw that away so some numbers look good on a spreadsheet. Frankly, it's shameful to me. If any change is made at all for Echo Park, it should be to expand CD13, rightfully bring us with our neighbor of Silver Lake, keep the community together. CD13 should encompass all of Echo Park, Lake, Echo Park, and Angelino Heights. And it's shameful that this is being done hidden with very little public input. I think we should frankly throw out Draft K, all these drafts, start over fresh with something with public input and get the community support and find out what people who live in these neighborhoods actually want. Unite Echo Park under CD13 or don't change it at all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is a phone caller ending in phone number 333. So if you're calling in and your phone number ends in 333, please press *6 right now to unmute yourself, and then we'll be able to hear your comments. So once again, phone number ending in 333, you have up to 1 minute.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members, commissioners, and everybody that's been working tirelessly to make this possible. I want to show my support for Plan K. Plan K. Seems like many callers agree with me. Plan K is the way to go for Shadow Hill residents. I also work for the studios, and I believe Plan K will serve us to have a council member that'll represent us both where we work and where we live. So I strongly support Plan K, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comment. Our next group of speakers are going to include Dan Nealon, phone caller ending in phone number 097, and Lee. So Dan Nealon, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Thanks. I'm a Los Feliz resident and volunteer with the Los Feliz Neighborhood Council. I'm concerned with the treatment of Los Feliz and the draft maps being considered by the commission. Nearly all of these proposed maps lump Los Feliz in with various Hollywood Hills and South San Fernando Valley neighborhoods. These neighborhoods are predominantly older, whiter, and overwhelmingly consist of homeowners. Los Feliz is over 70% renters, and the stakeholders in this community have much more in common with the neighboring areas of Thai-Town, Silver Lake, East Hollywood, and Atwater Village. The latest Draft K, splits Los Feliz in two with no regard for the neighborhood council border and turns CD4 into a massive bridge district filled with people who have never historically been part of that district. I would advise the commission to keep Los Feliz whole, keep it in the same district with its neighbors in the Hollywood Community Plan, and not dilute the voting power of renters in this area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker. Oh, we have a bit of a glare. Oh, there he is. Phone caller ending in 097. Once again, our next speaker is a phone caller ending in 097. Please unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Nolan Johnson. I am a resident of Shadow Hills. My boyfriend and I both support Plan K. We love our horses and our equestrian neighbors and think Paul Krikorian would be an excellent fit for our community. Thank you very much for your time and input.
All right, thank you again. Our next speaker is Lee. Lee, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment as well. Lee from the Encino area.
Good evening, commissioners. I am the Area 1 rep for the Encino Neighborhood Council, which borders the pothole created in Plan K corrected, that being the Sepulveda Basin. This pothole dips has 1,000 residents per redistrictor that immediately border backyards to the Sepulveda Basin. This area is not only impacted from crime originating from this border, but also, according to the fire captain of House 88, within the last year, over 60 fires have happened in the basin. Encino Area 1 is the first affected. Imagine that you live within a stone's throw from something that directly impacts your home, yet you cannot hold accountable the council person in charge because your home is 5 feet from the CD line. Please correct this minor non-population oversight. Additionally, highlight the ENC's comments keeping Encino and Tarzana communities together that were developed from their inception, noted on Survey LA and Plans J and K. Lastly, Encino currently in CD5 north to south end measures 12.5 miles, while Plan I measured from Encino to its proposed east end is 18.4 miles. Does that sound cohesive to you? Thank you.
Sir. Thank you very much. Our next group of speakers that we are announcing are going to be Ann Stein, followed by Paul Newman and Karen Gilman and Michael McDonald. So Ann Stein, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment. Our next speaker is Ann Stein.
Thank you, commissioners. I've been living in Echo Park, CD 13 since 1990. And I start each day with a walk in Elysian Park, which I consider to be the lungs of our community, our commons. Just as our coastal communities need to protect themselves from offshore drilling, we need to protect Elysian Park from development. Since the times of Gracie Simons, our neighborhood has fought to keep the park from encroachment. The best way to ensure that our precious parkland is preserved is to allocate shared responsibility for maintaining and protecting Elysian Park between CD1 and CD13, as has been the case until now. Councilmember Mitch O'Farrell has worked tirelessly with our community in the care and maintenance of both Elysian Park and Echo Park Lake. Sharing responsibility between council districts is the best way to ensure oversight and make certain that private interests don't buy favors that privatize our commons. The climate crisis makes Elysian Park an even more indispensable resource for our future and is therefore critical to keep the checks and balances of shared district responsibility in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Our next speaker is going to be Paul Newman. We also want to remind folks, if you've already given public comment at either one of our meetings last Monday or last Tuesday, this is the third consecutive meeting for the same meeting, so you're not allowed to give public comment again. We apologize if we have already called your name to give public comment this evening, or if we make a mistake and announce you to give comment, and then we realize you've already given comment. So we apologize ahead of time for that. Our next speaker, Paul Newman, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll have up to a minute to give your comment.
Hi, my name is Paul Newman, speaking in support of publicly submitted map 54277 and rejecting maps I, J, and K. I'm a resident of Silver Lake for 30 plus years, and before that, Echo Park. Both are vibrantly linked. I'm twice past co-chair of the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council, past community rep for Marshall High School's Shared Decision-Making Council, and co-founder coordinator of the Northeast Silver Lake Neighborhood Watch, in which role I oversee Silver Lake's National Night Out. Silver Lake has long been crucially represented by council offices 4 and 13, and while in the abstract, having multiple offices represent a single community can be debatable, for Silver Lake it's historically a great positive. Whether there are similarities or differences in political style and perspective, there's always tremendous cooperation on behalf of the community, and time and again, my Neighborhood Watch and other local individuals and organizations have worked harmoniously and productively in unison with both offices. For Silver Lake and the city, I urge adopting publicly submitted map 54277 and rejecting maps I, J, and K. Thank you.
Speaker, thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Karen Gilman. Karen Gilman, you are our next speaker, followed by Hillary DeVries. So Karen Gilman, we're going to actually promote you to give you a chance to hear your comments. So give us a second.
Hi, I'm Karen Gilman, and I live in Larchmont Village, which is part of the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. We support Plan K corrected, and specifically its District J. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
My neighborhood asked to be part of District J with a map modified to include all of Greater Wilshire. My current council district, CD4, will be transformed to exclude Sherman Oaks. We support this, but Greater Wilshire must also move as part of this new vision for our city. We must move to District J, where we share a community of interest. We share historic residential neighborhoods. We share the Jewish Orthodox religion and institutions. We share parks. Our children are in the same schools and sports leagues. We do not share these with our neighbors to the east. Thank you for listening. And thank you for your hard work.
Thank you very much. Our next two speakers are Hillary DeVries, followed by Esperanza Bahena. So Hillary DeVries, go ahead and unmute yourself. And if we mispronounce it, you can reintroduce yourself and you have up to a minute.
Hi, I'm Hillary DeVries. I'm a 25-year resident of Laurel Canyon on the east and west sides. I'm also the co-chair of the Woodstock Road Homeowners Coalition. Although I'm just speaking for myself tonight, I just want to reiterate that we are strongly in favor of draft Plan K corrected for District O, as it keeps Laurel Canyon connected together. There is no other canyon in the Hollywood Hills with the historic and cultural significance and the international reputation of Laurel Canyon. It is in fact the locus of the Hollywood Hills and is popular and is well known as perhaps the Hollywood sign. So we're deeply gratified to see that District Draft Plan K keeps that together. And I was pleased to see that Commissioner Cardenas recognizes us as the bridge district to the valley in terms of both the entertainment, but also the fact that we are older hillside communities on both the valley side and the city side, where we have many common interests, including the Mulholland Scenic Corridor, and we have many common concerns about fire, development, and traffic. This is a great map. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker, Esperanza Bahena, go ahead and unmute yourself. And you'll also have up to 1 minute to give your comment. So our next speaker is Esperanza Bahena. There you are.
Buenas tardes, comisionados. Mi nombre es Esperanza Baena. Soy residente de Weimerwood en Boyle Heights. Mi comunidad es predominantemente latina, de gente trabajadora con una gran historia dentro del Distrito 14. Boyle Heights ha sido parte del Distrito 14 por muchos años. Tiene raíces comunitarias que nos han favorecido esta noble población. Nuestra conexión con el centro de Los Ángeles ha sido para bien de todos. Nos ha beneficiado mucho. Por eso, a nombre de otros residentes de Weimerwood, como yo les pido, mantengan a nuestra comunidad de interés dentro del Distrito 14. Estamos a favor de los mapas de letras I y J. Muchas gracias. Que Dios los bendiga.
All right, thank you very much. Our next group of speakers are going to include Alan or Beth Diamond, followed by Esther Ravid and Linda Sipke. So Alan and or Beth Diamond, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Good evening. I'm Alan Diamond, president of Studio City Residents Association. We have about 2,000 members and we appreciate the commission for its work. We wish for a council district for the southeast corridor of the valley, a CD2 district that would add to it the greater Toluca Lake area. The current proposed maps are unacceptable to Studio City. The SGRA requests the commission keep the current configuration of CD2, which closely matches our common borders, interests, and includes a diversified population. The request that Toluca Lake be added the current CD2 district is because Studio City has common shared interests with Toluca Lake, common interest in the development of the Universal Studio Cities complex and the Lancashire Red Line, which affects Studio City to the immediate west. Map B2 is unacceptable. The Santa Monica Mulholland Drive is a physical barrier with
Excuse me, sir. Sorry, your time is up, sir. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, Esther Ravid or Esther Ravid, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute as well.
Hi, this is Orner Ravid with ICANN, Israeli American Civic Action Network. I'm calling on behalf of the Jewish Communal Redistricting Coalition. Given the rise in anti-Semitism and the unique needs of the Jewish community for services, I offer these comments. I support the map of Draft Plan K, District J, which will unite the traditional Jewish community in Hancock Park with their communities of interest to the west, as they have asked for in the past but have not been heard. Please redraw draft map for Plan K, District H, which looks like it will divide the Jewish communities in Beverlywood, Pico Robertson area and move them out of a representative area. Thank you for your consideration of this request for cultural equity for all Jewish communities citywide.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Linda Sibke. So Linda Sibke, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll also have up to 1 minute to give your comment. Once again, our next speaker is Linda Sibke. Go ahead and unmute yourself now. I think you can. And there you are.
Hi.
Good evening.
I'm so sorry. My name is Linda Sibke, and I reside in the city of LA. I represent the Thai Town community in Thai Town, located in Council District 13. I would like to speak to agenda item number 1 and voice my support for draft Plan K in the third draft map, as it keeps Thai Town whole in one single 13th district and protects the interests of Thai Town, the Thai community, and other communities of color currently residing, working, and operating a business in Council District 13. However, we also want to keep historic Filipino Town and Koreatown within Council District 13, as draft Plan K fails to do so. We want a map that unifies and incorporates all the ethnic enclaves within and around Council District 13 so that our communities are better represented as minority groups. Thank you for your time, commissioners.
Thank you very much. Chair Ali, I wanted to inform you that we began public comment around 5:30. We are now at 6:45, but we did have some technical difficulties along the way. Would you like us to continue to have public comment for a few more minutes? Please mute it. I'm sorry, Chair, I believe you're muted.
Yes, just a couple more minutes, and then we need to bring it to an end. So 3 more speakers.
All right. So I'd like to announce the next group of speakers. They are going to include Tito, followed by Brandy Flowers and Megan Wong. So our next speaker is identified as Tito. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Thank you very much, commissioners. I'm a long-term resident of CD 13, and I'm calling in to say I'm strongly against the division of EchoPod. CD 13 should remain intact as is, and in fact, be expanded to include most of Angelino Heights. I do not support the map draft K. I'm in favor of map to edit. And again, Echo Park, these Echo Park and Silver Lake need to remain intact. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Our next speaker is Brandy Flowers. Brandy Flowers, you're our next speaker. You can unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. So my name is Brandy Flowers. I am an employee at WLCAC, which is located in Watts. As you know, the residents of Watts have been very outspoken about moving the Watts community from District 15 to District 9. I am not in support of any maps that keeps Watts in District 9. We have nothing in common with the other communities in District 15, and we have been neglected in terms of representation for far too long. During the presentation, I had to listen to in-depth explanations for the communities in the valley, and when Watts was admitted, there was very little explanation for why Watts was and stayed in District 15. So I urge you to do the right thing and move Watts from District 15 to District 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Megan Wong. Megan Wong, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Megan, and I do not support any maps that keep Watts in CD15. Watts is unnaturally chained to the rest of CD15. Not only is it geographically different from the other neighborhoods in this district, it is also culturally, demographically, socially, and economically different. It doesn't make sense that Watts is a part of the city planning that happens within South Los Angeles, yet is forced to be politically governed by the decisions of poor neighborhoods 15 miles away, down in the San Pedro area, that are dissimilar to Watts and have no interest in taking into account Watts' needs. Political neglect has been a root cause of Watts residents having a 12-year shorter life expectancy than surrounding LA neighborhoods. Watts belongs in a district whose council member can better represent them and make sure that funding that is said to go to Watts actually goes to Watts. Get Watts out of CD15 and into CD9. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Chair Ali, I believe that is our mark for public comment.
So thank you very much, Rob, and I want to thank members of the public for their testimony tonight. So I'm going to ask for a recess, a break until 7 p.m. We'll come back at 7 p.m. and go forth with the meeting. So see you at 7. Okay, so I think it's 7 o'clock, so we want to call the meeting back to order. And I want to ensure that our map drawer, Paul Mitchell, is with us. Paul, are you with us? There you are. Hi, Paul.
Howdy.
I'm going to put you back to work here in a second.
I've been enjoying listening.
We had great testimony tonight.
We sure did.
Yeah. So I'm just waiting for a couple more commissioners to come back in the room.
Do you have an order that you want to go in?
Yeah,
Brad?
I'm going to explain that in a minute.
Perfect.
So, okay, so I think we have just waiting for a couple more.
Chair, I have a question while we're waiting. Maybe this is for Paul Mitchell. Is it possible to understand a little bit better which letter is which district on the maps?
So we discussed this at a prior hearing, and that is that it's the commission's job to basically identify maybe at the end which districts letters or which numbers, but we as the demographers purposefully don't put numbers because we don't want to make assumptions. And we might get into this like with the INJ maps. We don't want to make assumptions as to which district you might want to name or number a certain arrangement because it's more your prerogative and maybe something that you do when we put out the draft plan. Like, let's say that we get to a point where you're going to put out a draft, we might create a document that just assigns letters to districts.
So thank you, Paul. And Commissioner Friedberg, what I would suggest, though, if I expect we are going to go back to a discussion, for example, of map plan K corrected, and when we do, when that map is displayed, I'll ask Frank Cardenas to identify the districts by translate the letters to districts for you.
Okay. I can do that in Maptitude in real time.
Okay.
And then in the future, we could, whatever we publish could have numbers if you wish.
All right, that's great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, so we're back in session. So what I would like to do is I would like, if you recall at our last meeting, Commissioner Suh suggested some alternatives that she would like to discuss today. Those alternatives are found in map plans I and J. So I wanted to give Commissioner Suh an opportunity to speak to that. And then I would like to go back to map plan K corrected and have a discussion with the commission about that plan and move forward along that plan. So can I go to Commissioner Suh now?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to raise a question for Paul. If he's going to go work on those numbers, we have to pay special attention to odd and even because of what's up in 22. So it's not just a simple question of putting numbers on districts on those maps, because there are people who are termed, there are people who are not, not running for re-election next year, and there are people who are not up for election next year. So just wanted to raise that point for him, but okay. I'll be quiet now.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Katz. Commissioner Yoon, I just noticed your hand went up.
Yeah, hi. I'm not sure if this is the right time in your agenda, Fred, but I'd like to introduce something as well to the commission. And I'm not sure if it's now or later.
Yeah, let's go to Commissioner Suh now. I promised we would do this, and okay. And then we can come back to. We'll take these in order.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
So Commissioner Suh?
Thank you, Chair Ali, and I appreciate this. I appreciate how much time, thought, care, and effort has gone into creating all of these maps, and the trying to balance all of the needs and interests is incredibly difficult. I wanted to say that when I proposed the approach that was partly interpreted in maps I and J, I did so for this reason, that when I saw all of the maps that had been produced, A all the way through H, I saw that all of them did something that was very unfair to CD4. It took a district that is very diverse, has a large number of renters, has a geographical diversity, a range of cultural institutions, connections to several different communities, and made it less diverse. It cuts the Asian population in CD4 in half in many of those iterations. And I appreciate very much the effort to respond to the partial approach that I articulated verbally at last Tuesday's meeting, but it creates one district that it certainly maintains a lot of the diversity, but it puts another district into the same problem that I was responding to on Tuesday. So it solved one problem but created another. And so what I do want to propose, I have seen another map that has been submitted publicly. I don't think we all have access to it yet, but it is map number 54277 at 54277. And what that map does is it maintains the diversity in CD4. It maintains the existing character in CD13. It maintains Eagle Rock in CD14. It increases the Black CVAP from what it would be if Koreatown were in 10. And therefore, I think it solves a lot of the concerns that we've heard tonight from the central and eastern parts of our city. And it allows for adjustment with some of the other districts. So I would urge us to maintain the important diversity in CD4, the renter population, and the historic connections within the different CD4 communities, and not jump to a hasty way of completely transforming CD4 or whatever district that is. I understand that the entertainment district, for example, is important, but the entertainment industry can represent itself. But what about low-income tenants? What about the Asian community? What about all of the other communities that would be more disenfranchised by a district like that? I think we can do better. I know we can do better, and I want to work with all of you to do better with this, with another version that builds on maybe some aspects of K, but ensures that we maintain the diversity that we have in CD4.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Katz. Commissioner Katz, do you have your hand up?
Old hand.
Pardon me, old hand. So Commissioner Suh, my understanding is the map number is 54277.
That's right.
Okay, so this is a map that the commission, I'm suspecting, has not had a chance to look at. And so what I would like to suggest is that we have a meeting on Thursday, and we can certainly we can certainly have Paul's team take a look at that and introduce it for discussion on Thursday. That will give commission members and the public, quite frankly, a chance to see that map, study it, and come back with thoughts. And but I think to spend much time on that tonight would be difficult because, as I said, commissioners haven't had a chance to study it. So that would be.
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand. I just urge the commissioners to take a really serious look at this map 54277 when you do receive it, and think about how it can balance some of the concerns we've heard tonight.
Absolutely. Commissioner Mitchell, did I see your hand go up?
Thank you, Chair Ali. I hate to go back to process, but I just need to understand because I know you guys, I mean, I haven't been on very long, but we've been through a process already where, you know, the regions put together, you know, the guidelines for what's to follow. And then these maps are developed by the staff and by the experts who, you know, follow those guidelines. And then, which I appreciate. And so then when the new maps come out based on the input that we've given, the IJK or whatever they are, that came out over the weekend, that's what I looked at. And that's what I'm like, you know, trying to tweak and understand and see if it meets all the guidelines that were set out by the individual regions. And my concern is, and it was my concern last week, and I appreciate Commissioner Saw and her, you know, detailed description last week of, you know, what this new district would look like. And now we have this new 42755 or whatever the number is, sorry, I don't know, that now we're going to look at. My question is on the process of like, when do we stop, you know, starting over again and start looking at a map? I mean, I was in my understanding and direction from you was that we were going to make decisions this evening based on that. And I thought that they were off of this, of the 3 maps that were developed. So I'm just looking for when does the, you know, starting over again, because there were 100+ maps that were submitted by the public. And if everyone's going back through and looking at one that, you know, solves their problem, at what point does that end? I just want to know like what this process is going to look like, because we have people, public testimony saying that we're rushing the process. And yet I feel like we're, you know, every move has a consequence. And so I'm just trying to figure out what this looks like to you, and at what point, obviously, you know, respect every commissioner's opinion where they want to go with this, but I just want to understand what the process looks like for you and when I should start, you know, looking at the maps that the staff has sent out, saying these are our maps we're going to review, or when I just assume that every day is a new day.
Yeah, so very good question, Commissioner, and let me try to answer it. My objective tonight, as I pointed out in my memo of September 24th, 25th, is to give final direction to redistricting partners and staff on the final development of a draft map that can be presented to us on Thursday. My intention is to begin that conversation using map K corrected as a starting point. But I also don't want to, if the commission wants to take a look at another map on Thursday, the map that Commissioner Suh has introduced for consideration, we can also take a look at that on Thursday, and we can vote to proceed with some consideration of it, or vote not to. So I'm just trying to I'm trying to respect members' continuing right to introduce introduce other configurations. So
just for clarification again, sorry. So Thursday we would be voting on a draft map.
Yes.
That Paul and his team would go.
Yes.
And put together.
Mm-hmm.
And then we would be voting on that, and then that would come back, and that would be a conversation that we then manipulate that particular map, or
no, on Thursday we need to vote on a draft map The commission could suggest that they want to release more than one. They could release 2 draft maps for review by the public. That's a possibility. But the Thursday meeting has to result in a draft map or maps being approved by this commission that will then be released to the public. We will have 4 public hearings. We'll take into consideration those public hearings and make a final decision on a final map to recommend to the city council at the end of the month.
Okay, but it'll be one map that we'll recommend.
I think all along there's been the thought that it would be one map. I'm also, if I hope to, I don't mean to complicate the process, but if the commission decided, there's another map, if part of the commission thought there was another map they wanted considered, we could put 2 maps out to the public. That's something we could discuss. So,
but are we required by the rules to only submit one map to the council?
ultimately, maybe I misunderstood your question. When it comes to a final recommendation to the city council, that's one map.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Yoon. Commissioner
Thanks,
Yoon.
Chair. Yeah, thanks, Chair Ali. I actually support Commissioner Suh on her map. I actually had an opportunity to see that map over the weekend as well, as we were waiting for the draft map to be published. And I only say this because I know, at least for me, I know that this map keeps CD12 as a Northwest Valley district, and approximately 95% of CD12 on this map will be comprised of the entire neighborhood council. This helps obviously keep the continuity and accountability for the Northwest South San Fernando Valley. This map also addresses the concern that was brought up by Commissioner Mitchell and myself regarding the 405 freeway as a natural boundary between CD7 and CD12.
Commissioner Yoon, can I interrupt you?
Sure.
The commission has not had a chance to really look at that map.
Okay.
So what I'm suggesting is that that map be brought back up for discussion on Thursday after the commission's had an opportunity to actually look and study it.
Okay.
And after Redistricting Partner has had an opportunity to put it into the atlas. I don't mean to foreclose conversation on it, but I want to keep the process somewhat disciplined.
I appreciate it. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Polanco.
No, I think you outlined it. The process is ongoing. There is opportunity to have staff look at this particular map, but I think for all intent and purpose for tonight, I think it's important to move that of what we have with the understanding that those issues that have been raised, I think we get to look at with regards to the Eagle Rock, the Echo Park, some of the other testimony that was given. If we're, again, people need to just understand that this is an ongoing working product and that eventually we will get to the end with one, hopefully one particular plan that we are all, we all feel that to the greatest extent possible and feasible, neighborhood councils were protected, existing communities of interest and culture. And so I don't want to lose sight of the intention of tonight's meeting. The intentions of tonight's meeting is to move forward so that staff can begin to look at these other 54277 and see how it may fit in and or how staff can come back with some more information and additional opportunity for more public comment on Thursday.
Thank you, Commissioner Polanco. So is it my understanding, I just want to stay with you for a minute, that Commissioner Polanco, I was actually going to, in order to move this conversation along to some kind of a conclusion tonight, I was actually going to make a suggestion that we move map K corrected for discussion, but with the understanding that the issues raised from residents of Region 2 today be addressed to the extent possible by staff in a map they would bring back to us on Thursday for consideration. But the building block would be Measure J corrected with the understanding that the issues raised in Region 2 would be looked at by staff and with an attempt to resolve if any of those issues, if at all possible. So
Thank
that
you,
would,
Mr. Chairman. That is
you
well
meant
stated.
K. You meant K, Fred. You meant
I'm sorry,
Plan
I
K.
meant K. What did I say?
You said Measure J, which I think
I'm
might just be
sorry.
a glitch.
Yeah, that's another part of my work.
Yeah.
I'll stick. I've seen Michelle Pritchard laughing. I'll stick with map plan K corrected. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
if I could, in that motion, I'd like to add in there also the Beverly Wood issue and the Van Nuys issue that came up, and ask them to take a look at that as well in the context of K corrected for discussion Thursday night. If I
Okay.
could add those two to your motion.
Well,
And if I could also add, Chair Ellie, also a motion to add to that, to look at the San Fernando region. I have a number of questions about District O. I asked on Thursday, have not been addressed yet. So I would support that with that addition.
So let's do this. I'm feeling that there might be a sense of this group to move Measure K correct, or excuse me, Map Plan K corrected for discussion with the caveat that I mentioned, with the understanding that the Region 2 issues will be looked at between now and Thursday by staff. Is there someone who wants to make that motion?
I'll make the motion.
All right, it's been made by Commissioner Katz. Is there a second to that motion?
Second, Commissioner Mitchell.
Second by Commissioner Mitchell. So let's open it up for discussion. So Commissioner, I'll go back to you, Commissioner Kanya.
Thank you, Chair Ali, and thank you very much, Executive Director Cardenas, for your very detailed explanation regarding corrected K. I greatly appreciate that. I also just want to acknowledge the public. I really appreciate the comments. I was thrilled to see we had 500 participants today. I was thrilled to see that we had, I think it was about 150 people raise their hands. I want them to know that all of us collectively, I believe, really do listen to the community, and I was taking notes. I do want to express a couple concerns. On Thursday, or when we had our last meeting last week, I did ask for information, Paul, regarding a distribution of sub-communities, the Asian community within specifically CD4 and CD13. We heard from a number of people, especially in Thai Town, about a unified district that included both Thai Town and Koreatown. I did not see that on corrected K. I also wanted information regarding the dispersion of the Armenian community. When I look at corrected K, it looks like it's dispersed across multiple districts, which would dilute the influence that the Armenian community currently has. So I don't know if you have that information, if that's something that could be displayed. That's my first comment. I have a number of other comments. Paul, would you be able?
Let me go around the horn here really quickly. And if you hold your comments, Commissioner Kanya.
Sure.
Commissioner Barrett, we're in discussion of the motion. I want to remind people, Commissioner Barrett.
I believe that Commissioner Anderson may have had his hand up before mine.
I am sorry.
That's
Commissioner
okay.
Anderson.
I'm happy to go after him.
Okay, Commissioner Anderson. I sometimes have trouble seeing hands.
Thanks, Fred. I just want to say that I appreciate staff for correcting map K. I think what it achieves for District H is that it creates diversity, economic diversity, as well as economic engines for the unity of K-Town. In H, I do hear the community around the Beverlywood issue, so I would ask that we take this amendment seriously around that issue as well. But I think it is a good basis for that, and to make sure that Koreatown, since it's already been so heavily represented by District H already, that it becomes a part of District H.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you. So two main comments here. First is a thank you to the staff and to redistricting partners. This is an enormous amount of work on a very short period of time. And I know that we're all working very hard to follow the law and to listen to the testimony. So I really appreciate that. Going forward, if we're going to have multiple maps, to the extent feasible, to have the letters roughly correspond to similar areas between the maps. And that was just a little bit of a challenge. I and J were relatively consistent, and then K was really different. And I'm just trying to wrap my head around everything. Second of all, I have a question that's really, I'll put it out to redistricting partners, our executive director, and my fellow commissioners. It seems to me that we are all trying to both avoid doing further harm and also correct some of the harms from past redistricting processes. And of course, we need to comply with our legal obligations under the US Constitution, the 1965 Voting Rights Act, other applicable laws. We're also seeking to operate in a way that is consistent with the motions that we passed last week. That said, I'm hearing from the public testimony 4 main outstanding issues that I would like to see if there's some way for us to address, either by adjusting map K or when we look at one of the other maps. The first issue is a desire by Thai Town and Echo Park communities to remain unified and within CD13. The second is a desire on behalf of the Eagle Rock and Highland Park communities to remain united and within CD14. The third issue, and there are only 4, is to balance the placement of economic engines in CD8 and CD9 with a corresponding desire to reverse some of the decisions made in the 2011 redistricting process, or to otherwise remediate them. And lastly, the desire of Watts to be joined with similar communities of interest in districts 8 and or 9. Earlier this evening, one of my fellow commissioners, or it may have been in the public testimony, it was from Mr. Mike Sweeney from the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council, respected our desire to try to keep as many of the new communities of interest together as possible, but wondered in our desire to keep downtown LA completely united, are we hamstringing ourselves in terms of adjusting some of the other population issues around CD13 and CD14?
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Barrett. I'm just gathering all of these comments, and I want to come back to seeing if we can't get some answers as we go forward. Again, we're discussing, this is discussion of the motion. Commissioner Delgadillo.
Yeah, I just, there was some comment this evening, and then I've been deluged most of the day today, that would like to add back in Bel Air to CD5. So we circle Beverly Hills. And if you could consider that, and on the, in terms of where it could come out of, the area that surrounds West Hollywood could be given to what I think is 13, maybe up to Melrose, and or the Palms area. Those would be that's got serious pushback today on keeping Bel Air in that West LA neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Pritchard.
Actually, I think Commissioner Friedberg was ahead of me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
For some of you who know, I do not see colors, so sometimes I do not see the hands very well. So Commissioner Shaw.
I think it was actually me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Friedberg.
It's okay. I just want to clarify, I had a comment, but I also wanted to clarify. The motion specifically is to have the staff report back on the new map that's been mentioned. And then is in that motion also to look at K and try to readjust region 2? So it's a motion that encompasses both of those things?
Yeah, there's not a motion regarding 54277. All I suggested was that we would bring that back. We would have that map put in the atlas by Redistricting Partners, and we would discuss it at our Thursday meeting. The motion specifically deals with map plan K corrected. So, and we have a number of, as we've been going around the horn here, we have a number of people who are, I believe, are speaking to map plan K corrected, but asking for some clarification as that plan might come back to us on Thursday.
Okay. Yes, I would also be interested in seeing and learning more about 54277. I just peeked at it briefly, but I also wanted to mention this might be a question for Paul Mitchell. If the 2040 community plan for downtown LA is updated to add enormous amounts of housing, which it's supposed to be, and which is great for the city, but that means that 10 years from now, all of the votes of the other neighborhoods in that district are going to be diluted. Whereas if it were spread across multiple districts, it wouldn't be that egregious. I think that's what Commissioner Barrett was referring to, and what Mr. Sweeney was also referring to. And it also seems to me that we have a lot of neighborhoods in downtown Los Angeles that aren't as similar as some of these historically united neighborhoods that are being split apart or that are trying to be united. So there are a lot of differences between South Park and Skid Row, for instance, enough that being in separate districts wouldn't be a stretch. So those are my comments just for purpose of discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. So let me come back to that, Commissioner Pritchard.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to staff and Redistricting Partners as well. I very much appreciated Executive Director Cardenas's thorough explanation of how we arrived at MAP K and found it very helpful. I wondered, because neighborhood councils sounded like they were a basic building block of MAP K, if we could maybe in the report back on Thursday, just take a look at that, or even have a metric around how many neighborhood councils are we able to keep inside of single districts. I feel like we've heard that so many times in public testimony, so it would be very helpful if we could kind of take a look at that for MAP K, along with all the other amendments here, and maybe for the new map as well. But I also support the motion that's on the table and hope we.
Thank you, Commissioner Pritchard. Commissioner Shaw.
You know, as a CD8 rep, I just think it's important for me to again ask for consideration regarding the USC and Expo Park situation. As you know, 10 years ago, there was sort of a squabble between the three council members, and assets were moved out of the districts. And so I just think that, you know, CD8 is really, if you look at it now, it's simply a bedroom community with one half of a mall, where CD9 has downtown, Staples Centers, the Convention Center, USC, the stadiums, Exposition Park, and CD8 just has half of a mall. So I think as we hear from the community in October, I think you'll hear more people talk about that particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaw. So let me now, staying on the motion, let me go back through my list of issues that I think have just been brought up and see, in fact, if these are issues connected to MAP Plan K corrected. So let's first go to the issue about about Beverly Wood and Valley Glen. Commissioner Katz, did you want to speak? Did you want to, were you making a suggestion there that
On the Beverly Wood, there is a sliver of Beverly Wood that was left out. The vast majority of Beverly Wood is in the district, and there was a sliver that was left out, and it's literally 2 blocks, on the map. And I think, and that's what some of the Jewish community folks were calling it about, and others. Historically, it's always been together, and it didn't make any, to me, it looks like an oversight, frankly, about just why that was left out.
Okay. So you would like that addressed in the map that comes back?
Yes. And it's a
what about Valley Glen?
Valley Glen, I believe, goes back to the Armenian issue. And I think that, I can't remember if the previous map split it north-south and now it's split east-west or vice versa. But I want to take a look at putting that back together again and what the implications of that are if it helps maintain that community of interest.
Paul, is that specific enough for you to look at that?
Yeah, I think that we're taking notes. We've got staff taking notes, and we can look at those for sure.
Okay, so thank you. So I want to go to the Town issue that was mentioned.
Thank you.
I'm quite frankly also confused about that. I thought that map plan K actually unified Town, but maybe I'm wrong. Can you enlighten us on that?
I'm looking, trying to see where people, Town isn't a designated neighborhood in the LA Times neighborhood or in the neighborhood councils. And I was under the impression this was the area near Franklin that we put into District G, the district that has the Central Hollywood Neighborhood Council just above that. Is that incorrect?
Yes. Chair Ali, if I could clarify my comment.
One minute, Commissioner Kanya, I'm sorry. Are you speaking to the Town issue?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
So in specific answer to your question, yes, corrected K does make Town complete based on the divider line.
Okay.
My point was that there was community input that they wanted to see a complete Town, but we also heard we wanted to have Town tied with Koreatown.
Yes. Okay.
That was my point.
Okay. Thank you.
The other point was the Armenian community, and subsequent to our last hearing, I said that I would be able to make that a visible layer if people wanted to see it, and I do have that up if people want to see the Armenian community.
Okay. Okay.
Let me share my screen real quick. As a reminder, and for the newer commissioners, Maptitude is kind of an ugly program, but it is what we use. So I'm going to turn off a couple layers here and first show the heat map for the Armenian community. So to be clear, the data that this is using is surname databases from the voter file. So this is as of this week from PDI. I got a new fresh file with those surnames, and we can look at this data. It's geocoded voters down to the census block and then built up into the census block groups. And we have this one heavy Armenian community. We can look at it within the neighborhood councils. Is this NoHo West Neighborhood Council? And you see one density up here. You also see some density going over into the Porter Ranch area. And then you see the other density down here in what we've heard discussed as Little Armenia.
I'm sorry.
So those are the two.
Correction, that's not Porter Ranch.
Not
Porter Ranch is in the northwest.
I'm sorry, Porter Ranch.
It's Shadow Hills.
Shadow Hills.
This is sorry. So this is, I think, the area that was of concern. If we look at the lines as we're looking at them in this K, it brings this district, the exiting San Fernando Valley district up and takes some of this Armenian community and this Armenian community over here to put in the same district. If we look at the densities of these census block groups. You can see census block groups with, 20%, 35% Armenian, 20% Armenian, 25% Armenian. A lot of that density in here. There is some related density just on the outskirts of this area as well. But it does attempt to come up and try to capture some of that in this version of the plan.
Commissioner Kanya? Any comments on that?
I spent 10 seconds looking at it. I would need to review it and spend a little bit more time.
Okay, so an explanation of that will come back in the plan in the map we bring back on Thursday. So let me go to, and I know other commissioners have the hands up. That will be tranche 2. I'm trying to get through tranche 1 right now. So we also had, if Commissioner Barrett, I just want to make sure that you are suggesting that analysis be given to Echo Park remaining in CD 13, Eagle Rock remaining in CD 14, and did I get that correct?
Yeah, those were the first 2 items. And then the second 2 items were the balancing of economic engines for CD8 and CD9. And the last item, seeing if there is any way we can address the desire consistently expressed by the community of Watts to be joined with similar communities of interest in either CD8 and or 9.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, sorry.
I will just make a general. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Potentially by exploring some distribution of downtown LA rather than keeping downtown whole, as Commissioner Fielding referenced, Friedberg, I'm sorry, that there, that's my glasses, not my memory, that there are plans to massively increase the population size in downtown, and then it'll have the wealth and the population concentrated in one place rather than shared among districts that perhaps could use those engines.
Okay. And Rocky, Commissioner Delgadillo, I'm sorry, your consideration was Bel Air remaining in a West Los Angeles neighborhood?
Yeah, Bel Air and Bel Air Crest be kept with CD5.
Okay. Okay.
But I also agree with the consideration of possibly moving Echo Park and Eagle Rock into Seoul districts, which was already been part of the motion.
All right. So we will go back. Thank you for that. And so I will now go back around the horn here. And Miguel, Commissioner Martinez, I think I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I did want to go ahead and mention a couple of comments on the proposed K, the corrected version. And I did have a concern as to what I could see the boundary being for District C. It looks like that would be Chick Hearns, and I just want to make sure that should be West Olympic Boulevard and not to go ahead and split up the LA line in the Staples Center. So just wanted to go ahead and see if maybe that was a incorrect omission, or was that a deliberate kind of delineation of that. The second thing was my comments on the whole USC and Expo. I would like to go
Martinez, Commissioner Martinez, can I stop you? Hold that second thought. Paul, do you want to comment on the Chick Hearn?
It was hard for me to exactly hear that, but do you want me to zoom in on that part around Staples and look at it?
Yes, just to go ahead and make sure, was it Chick Hearn or Olympic? Is it should be Olympic.
Olympic is the northern edge of that. Chick Hearn is one street inside of C, so it goes Olympic, then Chick Hearn, and it encapsulates all of Olympic.
Got it. So the northern boundary is Olympic and not.
Northern boundary is Olympic, yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate
Okay,
it.
so then Commissioner Martinez, go on with your other comment.
No, my comments were just on the Expo and the USC. I do want to go ahead and just, to that horn, as far as we have heard, a balanced approach on that, where we have heard community members and several different nonprofits and neighborhood councils as to keeping that whole as is. I think I appreciate Coco and all the work that they're doing in the South LA area, and appreciate their leadership calling in today to go ahead and try to correct what they feel was wrong. I do want to go ahead and continue to reiterate that Expo is not an asset that was taken away from them, but rather it was a development that was currently seen under this council leadership. So just want to continue to echo that it's not something that was taken away from them, but rather something that was developed during this current council. Thank you.
So I want to just address the Watts question and the 8-9 assets question. I think both of those issues can be addressed within the measure within the map plan K configuration. I think what it's going to come down to on Thursday is a simple vote up and down as to what this commission wants to do with both of those issues. So I think we're at that stage. We've heard testimony. We've heard commissioners back and forth on this issue. We're just going to have to take a consensus. We're just going to have to take a vote on that and see where the commission wants to land. So
thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Commissioner Brennis.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to start off by saying I do support the motion before us. I appreciate Commissioner Barrett, your summary of some of the outstanding issues that were lifted up today. I also just want to remind the commission that in terms of K and Region 2, I think it also, although there are outstanding issues and agree with some of the areas that need to be rectified, I also believe that there are pieces of K, particularly in District B, that do reflect previous public comment in regards to communities of interest, and in particular in closer unification of the east side. So I think that's an area, while we've discussed in detail the challenges of K in Region 2, I also wanted to uplift some of the strengths and make sure those are maintained while we work to address some of the challenges that have been raised. Thank you.
Commissioner Brennis. Commissioner Suh.
Thank you, Chair Ali. I just wanted to reiterate that on map K I don't know whether it be 4 or 13, whether O represents 4 or 13 or where we would land on that, but the extremely different nature of that district really creates problems for many of the districts below, to the south and east of it. And I think that these problems could be resolved by creating a 5 that goes up into the valley rather than this O shape, and that we could have a District 4 and a 13 that more closely, that do more justice to the current constituents.
Thank you.
And I would ask that that be reflected in in the revisions.
Okay. Commissioner Torres.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you all for your patience with me as I learn all the rules going through this. I just had a clarifying question. The map that Commissioner Suh represented or brought up 4277. Will it be listed as map L so that the commission and the public can review on the website prior to the Thursday meeting so that we're all on the same page and up to speed?
Oh, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, if you guys want to have another map, that's what we call it, as L.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Friedberg, I think you were next.
Here,
Or
I- I have
Anderson.
to-
Diaz.
Commissioner
I think
Anderson.
Commissioner Anderson and Diaz were both before me.
Okay,
Hey, Chair, I just wanted to make sure on the corrected K, that Region 1, we made a decision that the current part of Leimert Park that is in District H, what is District H and K, remains in District H. It's been a cultural center for that district, and then that the Baldwin Hill Malls is not cut in half. That is given completely to 8 is what we discussed. So I want to make sure that's reflected in the corrected K map.
Frank or Paul, can you?
Yeah, it's that mall, including the Albertsons, is entirely within the District F. So it is there where you're looking for it.
And then Leimert Park, it seems like part of what is currently in District 10 is taken out of it. So we just need to fix that part.
I'll have to take another look at that then.
Okay,
Yeah, never mind.
so we'll get Leimert Park clarification as well. Okay, now Commissioner Diaz, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate the idea that none of this is easy. It's incredibly difficult. And I think the more that we put stuff out there, the more the responses are not just from the general public, but from the body at large. I will say that through our 17 public hearings, it was pretty clear, including through our COI testimony that was written, that downtown wanted to stay together and wanted to stay whole and wanted to remain in CD 14. I appreciate the tremendous effort and leadership of Community Coalition for improving the livelihood of our city. But I just want to also reflect that up until today, it was pretty unanimous in terms of downtown staying whole and the neighborhood councils being connected to each other, whether that was the historic core or the greater downtown LA neighborhood council. Just want to state that for the record.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Friedberg, I think we're back to you.
Just wanted to make sure that when the staff is looking at this, that the adjustments for K include not just Echo Park and Eagle Rock, but also Elysian Valley and Westlake, the corner of Westlake that is currently part of 13 that has a strong history of working with that council district and serves a lot of that community. There's the Clinica Romero down there in St. Vincent's, and they're both really engaged in the district, and people in the district know to go there. And I've personally been to Clinica Romero, and I know how active they are in the community and how important they are.
Thank you, Commissioner Friedberg. Commissioner Katz.
A question, Mr. Chairman. There was a reference made to map L. What is map L? Is that a map that's been drawn somewhere and we haven't seen yet?
That would be the 54277 that was brought up earlier. We're converting it right now, and we'll name it map L for the commission for next week, for the next hearing.
Okay, so how are people adding stuff to that if we've not seen it?
I don't think anybody is. Fred?
I thought I heard a couple of people make a comment about they'd like to see it reflected on map L.
No, I did not hear that. Let me try to clarify this. All map L is when 54277, if I got that number right, came up, my suggestion was that because most commission members probably have not had a chance to see that, I would prefer to have that map put in the atlas. And when it gets put in the atlas, it will be designated as L. And then we will talk about that on Thursday.
I may have been mistaken, but I thought I had heard Commissioner Friedberg's reference map L in some of the comments. Now, and I said I might have heard it wrong.
I did not hear that. Commissioner Friedberg?
No, I said K, I think, and I definitely meant K.
Okay. Okay, my bad. Thank you.
That's all right. That's all right. Commissioner Barrett, before I get to you, I want to make sure that there's no one else that I've not heard from. Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Katz, is your hand back up again? Okay, then put it down.
Thank you, Chair Ali. I just wanted to note for the record, and I assume that redistricting partners will address this, that the current variation for map number 54277 is above 10%, and that we had set an objective as a commission to remain under 10%.
For clarification, we just ran an atlas on it, and given the prison population adjustment, it looks as though it's under 10% now. So they apparently knew what they were doing.
Okay. So, and by the way, Lemert Park, going back, Commissioner Anderson, Lemert Park, you're concerned about, Paul, do you want to mention where Lemert Park is?
Yeah, Lemert Park is in the same district as the Crenshaw Mall. In the current council district lines, the way that it gets to the Crenshaw Mall is a very, very narrow path. The path that we're using is wider and that includes Lemert Park in it.
Commercial district?
The Lemert Park itself. I can look
The
at the
actual
commercial
park.
district.
Yeah, that could, oops.
Yeah, that's not, so yeah. So the way that it's currently configured is taking away from 10 the parts of Lemert Park that have been working with Council District 10 to be developed. So you make, by you making it bigger, it's actually taking away parts of Lemert Park from 10. So
I see. Yeah, it is in district. So yeah, I'm sorry. It is in district F. That's why I thought you were asking if it was in that district.
No, I'm saying it needs to be an H.
You want it to be an H. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that was just, Frank, do you have a comment on that?
That might have been not unlike the was it Beverlywood, Commissioner Katz, that sliver. I think that was an unintended dissection in this
that's
application that we use.
Okay.
Is it the park only, not residents? Is that correct?
No, it's the park and about 3 blocks around it. So the current.
Try to go back to the existing
Okay.
2011, because
I hear you.
Lemert Park is split between 8 and 10.
And I would just maybe look at that area of where Beverlywood is to take it out and put it Lemert if the numbers work out.
All right, we will look at that. So Commissioner Berman, did you, okay, that was it. Okay, so let me try to summarize where I think we are. We have a motion that's been made and seconded to bring back map plan K corrected for consideration of a map that we will move forward as a draft to the public, with the understanding that when that map comes back on Thursday, it will address issues that have been raised in Region 2, including Eagle Rock, Echo Park, Elysian Valley, and Westlake. It will address the Bel Air, Beverly Crest issues that were identified as wanting to remain in CD5, for consideration to remain in CD5. Let me put it that way. It will I think there was a desire for, I think there was a desire to address, further address Town. Is that, no, excuse me. There was a question about, the question about Town wanting to remain in Crete. Okay. So there's desire on the part of some commissioners to discuss that on Thursday as well. And then there's a question about assets between 8 and 9. There's a question about Watts. So do I have this list correct? Now, Commissioner Polanco. Commissioner Polanco, you're muted.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, clarification with regards to the Westlake community. There's I believe Commissioner Freeberg makes reference to the Walk of Fame, which is located on Westlake. I believe I want to make sure that gets cleared, because Westlake, as you know, is down by the Pico Union area, or ties the Pico Union area, and I'm not sure that that entire community there. So maybe Commissioner, we need clarification on what that means, because if it means, I'm under the impression the Hollywood Walk of Fame is on Hollywood Boulevard. It may be on Westlake, but so anyways, as staff moves forward, want to make sure we pay attention to what is meant by the Westlake, because there's definitely, I think, then an implication of some possibly impacting the Latino community there in terms of the Pico Union area and Carson Park and Westlake and that vicinity. Just want to make sure that we're clear as to what that distinction means. Westlake.
By Westlake, I meant the area down on Alvarado. I'd have to look up the exact cross street, but that area down there where St. Vincent's is.
Okay, it's been clarified. Thank you.
Commissioner Diaz, was your hand up previously?
Yeah, but I'll yield my time after the other commissioners go.
Okay, Commissioner Martinez.
I just had a point of kind of, I guess, clarification. I'm just trying to figure out if we're going to be voting on these as a one whole motion, or can we take them individually? Because it seems like there's a lot in Commissioner Barrett's motion.
Yeah, we're going to have to. There needs to be further analysis on all of these suggestions, because to predict something that Paul will tell us in a minute, Paul, I would invite you to tell us now. These are, to make all of these changes is going to be very, very difficult, because what it's doing to population. Paul, do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, so a couple of the changes that have been recommended, when you look at, say, making Bel Air whole in that district that does the wrap around Beverly Hills, that district's already one of the most overpopulated districts. So making that whole would have to have, some population compensation from somewhere else. I think an obvious thing could be that District 10 could come in more towards Palms, like the conversation has been in prior discussions, but that district's also already overpopulated. It's also a district that I think there was discussion about that district and other districts actually being on the negative side of the ledger. They're already at the positive side of the ledger. Even that thing with the Leimert Park, we can definitely do that, but that's adding more population again to that District 10. So when we do these exchanges, it has, in a lot of the instances, the exchanges that I'm hearing are from districts that are underpopulated to districts that are already overpopulated, and could have a cascading effect without some equal amount of change somewhere else in the plan. And we're kind of blockaded where we're keeping Koreatown whole, where, you know, we can't take much more population from the Beach Cities district, although we could do some with like that Mar Vista neighborhood council. But there's limited options, I guess, to try to close all these gaps. And we're talking a lot about things that already are things that I'm concerned about, given that we've heard a lot of discussion about the size of these districts.
Mhm. Thank you. So Commissioner Kanye, was your hand up?
Brenna's has had her hand up
Oh,
before.
I'm sorry, Commissioner
It
Brenna.
just, yeah.
Thank you. Just a caveat to the motion and just to clarify my previous position. And, you know, I think one of the strengths of K, as I mentioned, is the unification of the east side. And there is a partial move of Lincoln Heights into B in K. And so just ensuring that that's maintained and strengthened would be a caveat in what in the issues that you've laid out, Chair.
Mhm. Mhm. And Commissioner Kanye.
Thank you, Chair Ali. I just want to say, because I believe we're going to close comments soon, I am not in favor of the motion as it stands now. I want to point out that we have had 10 separate maps that have been distributed. This map, which was released about 27 hours ago, is a significant change for District O. My concern is I still need time to study it, number one. Number two, the Region 4 did talk about some of our ideas and philosophies and goals. And I do note that District O now goes west of the 405, which certainly is nothing that we've seen in the previous 10. So I'm a little bit blindsided by this. So I don't feel comfortable voting for that. Secondly, I'd like to point out that I did get 10 seconds to see the Armenian community. I haven't seen the other communities that I had asked for. Is there a way that we can post a heat map of the Armenian community on the website so that myself and the public can look at it? I went into District R, Paul. I wasn't able to see if I could do what you did. I don't know if that's available, but is there a way to put a heat map of the population on the website for the public and myself?
Yeah, I'm happy to produce a PDF map of that and zoom in a little bit, give some detail to that. And it's not in Districtor, but that's because it just has a census data. This is using a special voter table.
Paul, can I categorize that a little differently? I mean, if I could categorize that as a cultural and historic community of interest based on the data, please.
Happy to.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Diaz.
Yeah, you know, I've been listening to all of the comments and stuff. And so I too, like Commissioner Kanya, am not comfortable with all of the amendments for this K. But if I could synthesize some of the stuff for Beverlywood, I do want to be succinct here in that Paul Mitchell is correct that we are looking to go to overpopulated letters and add more people. And we simply can't do that with our standard deviation of 10. And so those districts on map K right now that are overpopulated are H, J, K, and we could think about some others. But in terms of J and H, based on the testimony today, there is a way for J to take over Bel Air and keep Beverlywood, but it would require H going into Palms a little bit and re-upping and making sure that Leimert Park is whole. That's an option, so that one of the ideas about K-Town is that we already knew that it was big. And so if it absorbs something by a whole council district, then we as a commission and a body should be comfortable with H being closer to 270 than 260. And that's where it's at right now. But I think there's a way to do Beverlywood. Now, in terms of the other issues, there was a lot of comment again around Eagle Rock staying whole. I think that that could be met in a new K, while also ensuring that there is the regional affirmations that we made about part of Lincoln Heights going into CD 14. And I think that in doing that, we would still be around 262 or something. I do want to lament just an issue and a consideration here, because there were some ideas here that I felt like we adjudicated a while ago. For our region, at least, was really thinking about an west and north shift, and not using the council district that was underpopulated by going into a council district that had an undercount and is historically supported by federal law. And so I just want to acknowledge that again, because that is a little disconcerting.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Katz.
Thanks. And just in response to the point Sonia just raised, I think there's a way to solve the Beverlywood piece and pick up population, shed population out of the Palms piece. That would already, I think that may be how you solve that thing. But it's something I'd ask the staff to look at. You swap those two little pieces. It's relatively small amounts of people, but it would resolve the Beverlywood issue.
Commissioner Delgadillo.
Yeah, I was just going to echo both Commissioner Diaz and Commissioner Katz on trying to solve that problem with the Palms by using Palms as a way to move population.
Thank you, Rocky.
Commission, I want to go back to Paul and to Frank, actually. There's a lot of, we've got map plan K on the table, but we've had suggestions for a lot of potential changes. Paul, let me start with you. Do you have sufficient direction here, or do you need more clarification?
I think it's really up to the commission as to if they want to start to address any of these potential concerns with, if we do make some of these changes, what the equal and kind of balancing changes would be on the other side. For reference, having done the Lamert Park fix, the Bel Air fix, the Palms Beverlywood swap, we have the district that is going around Beverly Hills, the J on the K plan at 9% deviation, and the H at 7%. So J is over by 9% and H is over by 7%. Resolving those there's not something that jumps out as a immediate way to resolve that, given the fact that we have that barrier with Koreatown staying whole. We would have to potentially put more into G, like Larchmont, Windsor Square, or something like that into G, in order to take away from that area and allow some more population change. I'm happy to show some of this, but I think that if the commission does want to address those things tonight, I'm happy to do some of this slow paced looking at numbers mapping stuff. But I'm also happy to take this direction and then work with Frank and staff to maybe look at the trade-offs and have some of those moved to the next meeting.
Frank, do you have a comment?
No. Have we received direction? Oh yeah. Look, we shall see how recognizable some of this is on Thursday evening. But again, because of geography, first of all, the ocean is where it is, Beverly Hills is where it is, and the Voting Rights Act is where it's been. So we will certainly do our best, but herein lies the rub of redistricting. A butterfly flaps its wings in Brazil, and there's a tsunami in Florida.
Well, I am more than happy to spend more time today going back over some of these suggestions and seeing if we can't resolve some of these things. based on the suggestion that Paul just made. Any comments on that? I know people are tired. Commissioner Kanya.
Chair Ali, I just want to point out that the second highest mountain on Earth is K2. So may I suggest that if Paul and Frank are able to make all the changes that we suggested, as well as address my concerns with District O, that we rename the next map K2?
Commissioner Mitchell.
Yeah, I would just say, I mean, and as someone who's tired and goes to bed a lot earlier than I'm sure everyone on this call, I don't see how we don't continue the sort of iterative process where everyone goes, oh no, I don't like the map that came out, based on the input that we gave and based on the parameters, and then goes, oh no, I like this other map. So while I would really like to, go to bed soon, I don't see how we really give this direction without understanding what the trade-offs are. Because I think people are all throwing out what they heard in the public, which I totally understand. But again, it's the butterfly analogy. And so I just don't understand how that happens where we don't then just continue to have another meeting and another meeting and another meeting. So that's just my 2 cents. I'm happy to make decisions and take votes on things, because there are consequences to every action that we take and every suggestion that is made to staff. So I'm happy to sit on this Zoom with everyone and make some decisions, because I don't think it's reasonable that we throw the kitchen sink and everybody's wish list and then say, staff, go fix it. And then, everyone shoots it down at the next meeting. That's just my 2 cents. I'm one of 21, so.
Well, that is increasingly my feeling as well, Commissioner. So Commissioner Barrett.
Yeah, I have a lot of sympathy with Commissioner Mitchell and appreciate any guidance and direction you're able to give us. I just do want to articulate that the issues that I tried to summarize and that have been further clarified by my fellow commissioners are an attempt not necessarily to swing in the wind with public comment, but really to summarize the digested totality of what we've heard over the 17 community of interest hearings and all of the additional meetings on the draft maps. It is really, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but I appreciate how we're all attempting to do that.
And I would just add, I wasn't suggesting that people were trying to, I think you do an excellent job of summarizing things of what the public comments. I'm simply saying that for every issue that you've articulated and delineated, that there's a decision that needs to be made by this commission, and it's, the rubber's hitting the road now. Not to say, and I wasn't here for all the public comments. That's legitimate criticism. I'm simply saying at some point we have to make decisions, and it should include all of that you've articulated, and that was, raised tonight. It just needs to be, I don't know when those decisions get made if it's not soon. So anyway.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moreno. You're on mute, Commissioner.
Yeah, just a brief comment, Chair. First of all, thanks to Frank for his excellent presentation. And just, rough calculation as I was listening to the public comment was at least half of the comments really supported corrected Plan K, as I do. Those who disagreed appeared to disagree with specific parts, and that's understandable. And I think the discussion we've just had from the other commissioners kind of highlights things that, no plan is perfect, but I think all the comments that have been made by the commissioners are merit further discussion. But in the final analysis, we really have to be concerned not so much about partisanship or who occupies the current council districts as they're currently drawn, but what the numbers tell us. And I think that's what Frank has done, and that's what Paul has done. what do the numbers inform as to what we ought to do in terms of creating these new boundaries? Bearing in mind that we have to comply, as Commissioner Barrett said, not only with the Constitution, but the various voting acts, and also that we're dealing in this really diverse city with certain protected populations. It's a difficult task. Maybe it is a K2, but I think overall, corrected Plan K is really leading in the right direction. So I'm hoping that at the next meeting that we're able really to focus on that as a strong foundational basis for any further discussion. So that's my observation of what's happening tonight.
Are there any other hands up? Oh, Commissioner Vermont.
Yes, my only concern is from public comment tonight, how soon can we get this posted? I think, you know, from a community member, people not having time to digest and review and feel that we're doing things that aren't reasonable, ethical. And so I know that's a lot on Paul, and you've been amazing. But it really is important that the community has time to digest whatever we're doing.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I could. I think that, I mean, the last couple of points I think are really valid. And I think, you know, Wendy's point, going back to what she just said, but also what she said earlier about at what point do we stop coming up with brand new maps and starting over? You know, we face a deadline that was not of our making. We chose to shrink every part of everything we could, except for public participation, which we maximized in this process. But we don't have a lot of flexibility, and we're losing it, you know, as we continue to go down the path. I think that if there are any of the questions that we asked Paul to look at that we can answer tonight, we should, because it'll be less stuff for Thursday night. And, you know, I think the important thing is we got to keep moving down that road. As you said earlier, Commissioner Mitchell raised good points, as did Charisse and others, you know, but I just think, you know, there are no easy decisions in this stuff. It's going to happen, but now's the time we got to start making them, and some people will be happy and some won't. And we got to look at the overall product we're trying to create here. The one thing we know is that no matter what we do, Paul Mitchell's expression will never change. He's got a great poker face, so let's put him to the test.
Commissioner Moreno. Is that an old hand? Okay.
Yeah, an old hand is, I am an old hand.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing is, and this would certainly be my sentiment, I think we have to try to resolve some of these issues if we have any hope of coming back with making a decision on a draft map on Thursday. So Paul, I want to take another 5-minute break and come back at 8:30. So just a brief break. Paul, what I would ask, if you would, when we come back, start us off on the suggestions that you think are most particularly vexing and that are most difficult to address, and which would render sort of the map K configuration unworkable, so unless issues were resolved. So with that, let's come back at 8:30. Okay, I'm ready. Let's reconvene here. Okay, so I think we have everyone back. Is Paul back? There's Paul. Frank, was there an issue that you wanted to bring up before Paul gets started? And by the way, my intention here is to start going through these issues. And with some of these things, we're just going to have to vote them up and down because we are at a point where we can't leave all of this hanging for the next meeting. So Frank, did you have a clarification on an issue before we get started? Is Frank not there?
I'm here. I'm just dealing with an overabundance of tapatio, but that's my problem, not yours. So
okay.
Although it could be yours. So the Bel Air question is clearly an important one. I know my inbox has been flooded today, and as I read the testimony about Bel Air, 110-year-old community, man. LA's got a number of birthplaces. That's up there. Paul, when in discussions the other day, because this is what we do. There was a Mar Vista opportunity that you had identified, if I recall. Let me own up to the Bel Air boo boo. That was mine. That somehow made sense to me. Paul had a better idea. I'm sure people in Bel Air would think so. Paul, what's your idea?
Yeah, so let me show this to you real quick. The way that we were looking at it was, how do we maybe transfer some population overage to those to the beach cities or beach communities? And I'll show you here. Let me share my screen. If we were to look at, let me do this real quick, turn the districts back on. If we're to look at this District J right now, making the Bel Air whole does take this over. Just to go over these changes that I've made that are addressed, there's 3 that I was making while we were talking. And this is not to the actual K, it's to a plan I just called K amends 927. So the original K hasn't gone anywhere, but we do have this to look at. One thing that was addressed was the Lemert Park, bringing this back into the 10th. Is that correct? I see a nod of heads. Great. So I did that. The other thing I did, which I probably want to hear from the same people who were discussing Lemert Park, this issue of exchanging the portion of previously was coming out here and splitting Beverlywood and then splitting this area of the Palms. I exchanged that and brought this H out. So that is something that probably needs to be discussed. When we look at that, it is part of the LA Times neighborhood boundary, but different than the actual neighborhood council line. So there is this little bit there that we brought out. Now, the other area where we looked at was over here along the 405. You have the Mar Vista Neighborhood Council, which is actually split in the plan. It goes across the 405. If I was to select the area in this neighborhood council and put it into K, let me show you what that does.
Okay.
If I was to put this into K, That's a move of 10,000 people. So that's a pretty significant move. And it actually puts K at an overage and J at 4.41 and K at 5.35. But I think once we do the adjustment based on the prison population, it kind of works out. At least it worked out when we did it before. So that I think is a possible change if the commission was interested in this. It is something that was not addressed in the interregional group because it's not an interregional issue. It's an issue within that region. There was it seemed as though, if nothing else, at least visibly, there was a very clean line to be followed along the 405 and not crossing the 405 and keeping this clean line all the way from Mulholland down through Westchester. So we'd be crossing that, but in doing so, it does allow you to balance this J. It still doesn't address District 10 and this H that is overpopulated. The only way really to think about how to change that would be to bring this district in our thing L, but this is District 1, right? In towards H and take some of this area, but I don't know if there's enough there to actually bring that deviation down. Does that make sense? That's a lot of stuff to think about.
So Paul, clarification here on Mar Vista. So actually you're saying you're keeping the Mar Vista Neighborhood Council all in what is called District K, the beach district.
Yeah, we are actually unifying the neighborhood council.
Okay, and by doing that, we can bring Bel Air and Beverly Crest back into District J.
Yeah.
I think that works. And
works.
Palms goes with District H still, is that right?
Palms is
Palms
in
is
this
now
kind of
goes to
split.
J.
So remember, we have different Palms descriptions based on the neighborhood councils in the LA Times. But in the neighborhood council, I can shade this real quick so you can see a little better. The neighborhood council actually is still whole of Palms.
Okay.
This part out here is called, so we could actually bring this maybe out a little further. And we don't want it to bring it out further. We want to shrink it maybe because this one's.
That's the Beverlywood piece I was talking about earlier, Paul.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, Beverlywood piece is above it. So I fixed that. So the Beverlywood piece is not in the neighborhood councils. It's in the LA Times neighborhoods. See this Beverlywood right here?
Yeah, but there's a piece down here, I thought, right below where your red line is.
Uh-huh.
There was a piece that historically was in Beverlywood. Is this Robertson Boulevard here?
This is Cahuenga? No, I'm sorry. No, it's not Cahuenga, of course. I don't know why I said that. It starts with a C. Catagus or something?
Cattaraugus.
Sorry, I don't know that. I don't know that street. In the plan that we were looking at earlier,
right?
This Beverlywood was split here. This district, it was all taking in that to 10. So I took that out and put it back into
Beverlywood
district. And I did it by taking population in Palms and swapping it.
Okay, so this is where you made Beverlywood whole again.
I did.
The tan portion. Okay.
While we were talking earlier, before I did that while just following along.
All right.
So I think I heard Commissioner Delgadillo, I think you said that works.
Yeah, that works.
Okay,
Yep,
so
same here.
Commissioner Pritchard?
Yes,
So can
let's
you
do it.
just quickly summarize again what ramifications that have? Is this a change that concerns you, Paul, given the overall integrity of the map, or something that can be done?
This is something that can be done. What we did, just to summarize, is we took population into J by taking it out of the crossover district, because the crossover district was taking up Beverly, Crest, and Bel Air, and all but like the foothills there. So it unifies these neighborhoods. It makes up for it by taking this out.
Mhm.
And then the swap that we did here with H was basically a 1-for-1. It didn't
Okay.
have a big issue, but we did unify Lamert Park And that plus that switch that it might have had a little bit of impact. We have this district H, which is now over by almost 7%. Getting that back, we obviously, I think there's been a lot of time and attention on this Koreatown piece. And so I don't know if we want to uncrack that. The only boundary we then have is a boundary with F, where we could move population within these districts if we wanted to, or this boundary with this L, where we can move population. But of course, that L population can only move so far for two reasons. One is that it is a currently a district that is at just over 51% Latino CVAP. And we might have to have like some conversations with Harit if it was to get much smaller. And secondly, that as we get closer, we start to cut Koreatown off from the rest of the district and they need to be contiguous.
Yes.
Something like this could maybe get us partway there. When I do that, it gets this district L down to 5.1% deviation. That could get us partway there, or we could come down here and ask the commissioners that were most concerned about Leimert Park, if there is a swap potentially between these two districts that would be sufficient in population to allow that Leimert Park closing to happen. And also, I think, Fred, you might want to get confirmation from them that they're okay with this construction over here.
Leimert Park and Jefferson, they have to be, they're part of the community. They're part of the 10th. And so if we have to take something from Palms, but I just can't see us taking from that side of the 10th. That's not gonna work. But Eddie, you're representing the 10th. So
I would say, and I'm also concerned that you're splitting United Neighborhood Councils as well when you do that move. So I would say, we could lose some of Palms. If that's
losing some of Palms is fine. If you lost this part of Palms and put it back into J, you then return to some issues about J being more overpopulated than we would like, right? That would make J overpopulated by 6%, and still H is overpopulated by 5.5%. If you were to do something like even further and grab like this part of Pico Robertson and unify Pico Robertson while you're trying to take population away from H, that would get H down to 4.6. So you're getting closer. But now you've got J at overpopulated, and then you might have to come up here to G and like take this Larchmont part and put it in G in order to make it all kind of work. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so Commissioner Diaz had mentioned something earlier, which is basically that because we are keeping Koreatown whole, that we should also assume as a commission that the district that has Koreatown will be overpopulated in some ways. I'm wondering, is the commission as a whole, are we seeing that? And then what is our pleasure to rectify that?
Does the commission want me to make these changes? I can unmake them, but does it want to make these changes and see what it looks like to make J smaller again?
Can you bring down the, is there?
Can I ask a clarifying question, Chair?
Commissioner Diaz.
To the South region for Leimert Park, is the directive out of your region that Leimert Park stays in CD8, or just to clarify?
It's in both districts right now. There's some of 8 and there's some of 10. My question is, Paul, the sliver that you added, how many residents is that?
What we added back in from Leimert Park?
No, in order for map K, you expanded the path to Bowen Hills. How many people is it?
Let me look real quick. I can just guesstimate here.
Because if it's minimal, I would ask CD10 to just let that stay in 8 if it's small, and then you wouldn't have to make all these changes. So the park stays in 10 and 90% of the Leimert Park stays in 10.
So I think I think I thought I had you, but then when you made that last statement, it confused me. Leimert Park, as we have it adjusted here, and I'll show it. Based on tonight's conversation, before we went to break, I was listening to the conversation, and I did previously, this area in here was in, this area here was in our District F on the map. And that was, 3,000 people or so. Based on the conversation, I took it out of F and I put it back into H, and I followed the actual existing 2011 council district lines. And so now this Crenshaw Mall area is connected to the District F, but without putting Leimert Park into District F. If that makes sense. I think that's what Commissioner Anderson would wanted. Is that correct?
Well, now, is this north or south of King? The portion that the 3,000 people, is that north or south of King?
South.
South and a little crossing.
Okay, so the south of King, and west of Degnan, I guess. Is that a problem, Pastor? As long as you keep the park? It's a portion of the southern, it goes from King to, what street is that? I can't see. Where does it go?
That's King and Degnan. This northeastern corner is King and Degnan, but this box here only is 900 people.
Yeah, 43rd and Degnan. I mean,
that's not gonna work.
No, it has to. I would agree with Eddie. I mean, because the 10th has always been shared by the 8th and the 10th. It's never been an issue, but you want to keep Leimert, and the council member now lives in Leimert.
He lives north of King. It doesn't impact his house. He lives north of King. This is south of King.
Talk about cultural centers as well. I think, yeah, so I would say if you're going to cut, Paul, go to the west of the district and make the cuts there.
Like this area here, like this?
No, he's talking.
Oh, to the west. You're talking about Palms again.
West.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. No, sorry. It's I've got that Mitchell gene, and when it gets late, I get confused a little bit. So let me do this. So J to H again. Now let me make these changes, and then we can discuss what the equal balancing of that would be somewhere else on the map. This gets us, I believe, to where we need to be in that District H. Still, on the positive side of the ledger, as was discussed, likely because of the inclusion of Koreatown as a large population. Now, we again find ourselves over with J, and I see this underage here at 4.3 for G. If we were to do like a 1-to-1, if we were to do a little swap there for some of that population, I keep being drawn to this.
Paul, can you do it up there around West Hollywood? So like use that Melrose line and just go straight across?
Fairfax like this?
Yeah.
I sure could.
Yeah. That might be enough. Because then G essentially circle West Hollywood.
That's a really good solution. That's a good solution.
If that would be enough.
Yeah, like just on that would, I think that's is that Melrose?
That is Melrose.
That's
so we're basically cutting
south
across Melrose.
Yeah.
All the way across through Beverly Grove until you get to West Hollywood.
Yep.
I think
that would get us there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you, Rocky.
So
I'm here.
let me stop there and ask if there are any objections on the part. Can you bring down screen, please?
Yes, I'm sure. Absolutely. Thank you. I need to give you a button so that you can take down the screen.
If there are any objections by commissioners to accepting those changes. Okay, let's move on. Commissioner Diaz?
I think this is good, but I just want to say that on the part that touches on West Hollywood, to make sure get those blocks south of Melrose right there. So it's all the way to like essentially what is like a staircase.
Do you want to bring back up the map?
Yeah, and if we
Did you
can
get
explain that,
those?
that'd be great.
Yeah.
Does that split Melrose Avenue or keep it together?
Melrose, both sides of the street are in different districts. So the north side, the shops on the north side of the street are in one district, and on the south side of the street are in another.
So what I was saying is if you go all the way to the west where it's just, and I guess this is a bigger thing, is if we split Melrose north and south. Can you show us the neighborhood council boundaries again?
These-
So Fairfax,
yeah.
Beverly Hills.
Yeah, so these are the Melrose Council. This is the neighborhood council boundaries.
I like the idea of this as someone who used to live on Fairfax and Melrose, but I'm wondering how this fits with some of the business stuff that we've heard of, like one side is here, the other side isn't there. They have common denominations, similar issues. And I'd leave it to Region 4 to kind of illuminate that, and wondering if staff has any COI there. But I do think that that's a good place to deal with some of our population issues. And having lived on Melrose, I did take Melrose, like that's how I would get to the center of the city. Melrose, yeah.
Is there any way to adjust that where you're not splitting Melrose between two districts?
Yeah, I'm just thinking CD4, this is looking like it's starting to split some of the Hollywood Business District.
And I would just add that all of this does impact the discussion around CD4 that we haven't been able to have yet, 4 or 13, whichever it is.
I see Commissioner Torres's hand has been up for a little while. Fred, I just wanted to.
Yeah. Commissioner Torres.
Thank you, Charlie. Yeah, I just want to echo what fellow commissioners were flagging. It seems like, or I just maybe have a question. Will we be doing this same exercise with Map L as it relates to all of these districts and how they interact with each other?
Yeah, we're gonna, once we bring up once we bring back measure or Map L on Thursday, yeah, we're gonna have to look at you know, that's the issue that's involved in bringing up a map late into the process, but we're going to have to give it full consideration. So that's why I'd like to try to resolve as much as on this map as possible. Commissioner Diaz, I'm sorry, before I go there, Commissioner Martinez.
I was just going to suggest, Mr. Chair, if once we lock in J and A, or I should say H and 10th, might it be the chairs and the commission's pleasure to hopefully lock in that rest of that region? So hopefully we can minimize any domino effect, if you will, and maybe have that conversation on assets if it's the pleasure of the chair and the commission to do so.
I'm not sure I understand what you're suggesting, Commissioner.
Do we want to go ahead and take up 8 or 9 after we're done with H and J?
Yes.
So I think about one of the boundaries of it's basically the Wilshire Country Club and June Street of thinking about Melrose. So if we wanted to keep things intact in terms of the business, north of Melrose, south of Melrose, I would say that holds constant until you get to June or La Brea. And then just cut it there to pick up people. And that gives the Till district a lot more people. I think the bigger question is generally in terms of the Jewish community and what that does to Fairfax. But I do like Commissioner Delgadillo's idea of how we deal with overpopulation of CD5. And I like the Mar Vista idea, but I just want to be cognizant that there is a way where I think that there is a north-south street that could be La Brea or it could be June, right around the country club, a huge park.
And this is La Brea right here.
Yeah.
And then June is, I'm not familiar with June.
June kind of is not a straight line. It's like it curves around the country club.
I don't see it, I guess.
So south of Melrose.
This is the Wilshire Country Club right here.
Yep.
And it's in here somewhere?
Like, yeah.
So
Wilcox, Hudson,
June. The next
June
one
right
is
here,
June.
June right here. I see it, yeah.
So La Brea,
La Brea is where this red line is because it's one
Yeah.
of the boundaries of the neighborhood councils. So if we were to put this back into J, like if we were to put all this blue back into J, I can look and see what that would do. If we might not have enough population change to make that. Sorry.
Are we splitting the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council?
A tiny bit, yeah. This would put that J back up at 7% over. So that's where we're getting most of our population for this switch.
Yeah. So basically just my reading of this in terms of Commissioner Anderson in the South is the idea of Mar Vista, the idea of Palms, the idea of map K, districts K, J, and H having too many people. And so this Fairfax could eliminate and deal with all of those, as will the Mar Vista and Palms issue. But Chair Ali, it is part of the Greater Wilshire.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't do that, then I think the only other option to deal with H and J is F, to go further in where LAX is, to take away some of the K. It's going to be a domino no matter what.
So even if you did that, yeah, so that putting F into more into K, it doesn't really buy you a change in H unless you are able to figure out that exchange between H and F. H and F don't seem willing to move population, so getting this to be bigger doesn't help you. What we need is either H to make a deal with J, or H to go with F, H and L, which is a little bit problematic because you don't want to close off Koreatown, and because this is a majority minority Latino district. The northern border of this boundary we were using for Koreatown, which seems to have its own relatively locked in elements of the discussion, and then this Melrose Boulevard. Our options are really, I don't think there's one good one. I bet there's 5 options I've illustrated, each of which probably could get about a quarter of the votes from the commission.
I'm having a little bit of an issue because I keep trying to get back into Districtor and I can't get in and see some of the maps that I want to look at. But when I looked at what we're calling map L earlier, it seemed like it might resolve some of the problems that we're looking at starting around this area and moving eastward. And I'm wondering if there is some way of using some of the components of map L to help resolve some of these issues in what we're calling K2.
Without getting too much into L, because I think the public we haven't packaged it, but what L does, as I recall, is it takes the Koreatown and walks it across here up into the foothills into O, into the crossover district, and then has a crossover district coming over Sherman Oaks into Beverly Crest. That is a wholesale reconstruction here. So if we were to go into that direction, we'd want to go to it from scratch probably.
Paul, did we take did I miss it? Did we take Fairfax and Hancock Park out of the 5th?
No, the Fairfax and Hancock Park are in the LA Times Neighborhood Association boundaries.
All right.
Let me look at those real quick. Fairfax is here. We took the northern port of Fairfax above Melrose, you know that, and northern part of Beverly Grove, like all that stuff we took into G, but we didn't take the entirety of Fairfax or the entirety of Beverly Grove. We just kind of took the north of Melrose part. We followed the Hancock Park line here and the Larchmont line here.
I'm trying to figure out the Jewish community impact of doing that.
So I think the question is, Commissioner Katz, of thinking about where the synagogues are and thinking, and obviously there are a lot in Fairfax, but south of Melrose, so a lot on Beverly and Santa Monica. And it's just, I think, a question for the body is if the Melrose district can be in the G district. I think that's what's on the table. So the Melrose going all the way to essentially West Hollywood.
Right.
But then you are splitting you're splitting the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council.
A little bit, yeah. This is the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council is just this part right here.
Yeah. I mean, we have heard such significant testimony that that should not be done. I'm not sure we can move forward on this. This is exactly one of these trade-offs that I think we ought to consider. And from my perspective, it does not look like it works.
Well, I would just say that from testimony from some folks in Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council have pointed out that it has never been whole in one district, that it's always been split. And that most of the testimony we heard about the border was about specifically the eastern border, not about any of the other borders. And it's currently split. So I think it's something we can at least discuss.
But that same argument could go for Koreatown. Koreatown's never been whole either. So,
yes, true.
I mean, we're trying to minimize splits and
right.
correct issues that were wrong in the past. So Commissioner Barrett.
Chair Ali, you know, it's so difficult. I feel like we just have to make some trade-offs.
Yes, exactly.
Is there a choice here that we can make a decision around before we move to the more eastern parts of the map?
I think there is, and what I'm suggesting is that I don't think I have not seen a solution that seems to be working without creating other domino effects that are not good. So I would ask the body to move on from this. I do not think that this is something we can contemplate. And, you know, I'm willing to take a vote on that if we need to, but I'm hoping we can just get to a quick consensus and move on. Is there any strong objections to that? I mean, we're trying here, but it all involves trade-offs and we can't get everything we want.
Or we can, you know, move on and do the rest and see what's left and come back.
We could do that, but I think for now we should move on. Commissioner Pritchard.
All right, we should move on though.
Yeah, Commissioner Pritchard.
I'm all for moving on. I'm just not clear what things we've discussed already that we are maintaining, or are we maintaining none of them? So starting with Bel Air, Beverly Crest on down to Mar Vista, did that piece work? Or we can't?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Paul, but I think what we have done is we have considered this and it results in not changing the map as currently configured in this area.
So we have made a family of changes. So far, we did the Mar Vista crossover. In order to balance Bel Air, we did the Little Palms swap with, what was it? Commissioner Katz, was it Beverly Glen or something?
Beverly Wood.
Beverly Wood. And we, so we dealt with those things, but we kind of stalled out at how to, we also did the fix of the Lamert Park piece.
Mm-hmm.
But we've essentially stalled out on J right now being approximately at 8% deviation, and nowhere we can make a decision that gets us to, how to rectify that.
So what I just said holds true, or are there some changes all we can make?
I mean, we've made the changes and we've hit a pause button here, recognizing that J's overpopulated by this much. And honestly, the only way maybe to go back at it again would be back to the Bel Air side if we couldn't resolve it here,
Well, Commissioner Pritchard. Commissioner Pritchard, I think you're on
I'm
mute.
sorry, it was an old hand, sorry.
Okay.
I mean, do Bel Air and Beverly Crest have to stay together? Could we take one of them into J and leave the other in O? Could we take Bel Air into J?
Let me see if that even gets us enough before we have to worry about
Yeah.
the conversation on it, because it's not like a densely populated area in people, you know?
Right, looks big, but it isn't.
It starts to get us closer.
So I just want to bring up one of the things that I thought was really poignant, Commissioner Pritchard, was the fires. And so we know that we are in climate disaster and it's every summer. And so the idea that you have someone that is an expert in emergency response for the neighborhoods that are most targeted around the 405, like, to me, that makes a lot of sense. It's not like the fires are going to stop happening.
Right.
Sure.
Really an important point.
And,
So,
and
Commissioner
Chair Ali, I just
Ogadillo?
wanted to make one little tiny suggestion. Paul, what happens if you just take that little hump of the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council and still then go around it and then down Melrose? Does that get you enough?
That would probably, let me just clarify on this, that we can get, doing the Beverly Crest thing can get us back to within reason if we were to split that. But let me go ahead and undo that. And then address that and see if I can do a little walk around that. And if we can go out Melrose without splitting the Greater Wilshire, but just give me a second.
For what it's worth, about 20 years ago, Beverly Crest was separate from Bel Air, with Beverly Glen being the dividing line.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I know while Paul's doing that, we, are these any of the things that, that these sort of micro decisions that Paul's then, trying to make do you feel like that we've given enough direction in this area that then the staff can go and look at these?
I think this is, I think the staff, I think that we're at a point, Commissioner, where we have to make a decision on this.
Okay. Okay.
I don't think there's much more the staff can do that they're not already doing in real time tonight.
Got it. Okay.
Chair,
I know this is tedious, but we're down to these kinds of decisions.
It's what we get paid the big bucks for.
Yep.
Oh, wait, we don't get paid anything. So.
I don't know where to spend it all, Commissioner.
Chair, I wanted to ask if
I'll give you my salary, Commissioner.
I wanted to ask if perhaps while Paul's working on this, if we resolve this corner, if instead of continuing to work our way from west to east, if we could now go to the east end and perhaps start working from east to west and see where we come to in the middle, because we know that some of the center sections are going to be some of the more challenging ones, and maybe we can take some of these other pieces off the list first.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. So Paul, where are you?
Right here, ready. So I did the walk around, reunifying the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. So I walked around that and then came in and took the Melrose split. It got us at 4.94. That's probably within range of doable. Remember, it's a 10% deviation, but that doesn't strictly mean 5% over, 5% under. It's a total of 10%. So it could be 5.5 and 4.5 or 6 and 4. Will change a little bit when I move it into the system that has a prison population adjustment, but not a lot. So that's probably doable. This probably solves the issues so far.
Okay. Any objection to that?
No.
All right, I think it's sold. Let's move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I think there was this South conversation. Do you want to do that first, Fred?
well, I want to just, Commissioner Miguel, I want to go back to you for a second if I can.
I'll
Yes.
close my screen again.
Commissioner Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I am wondering if you wanted to go to the question of the 8-9 swap of assets. Is that where you wanted to go next?
Well, no, I wanted to go see if that was even a consideration for this body, because I think we've heard the communities of interest say that they wanted to remain the same. That's what the region memo came out in. That's what came out of the inner region comment, and that's what the last 4 to 6 iterations of map showed. So
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, but that's not
in the
only story that we're hearing from the community.
well, I think the public comment that we heard today begins to show otherwise. So I think if that's something we can either hammer out as opposed to seeing another iteration and reactivating different portions of the community where they thought they were already heard, I
Yeah.
think we should begin to squash that if we can. If it's the pleasure of this body and you, Mr. Chair.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
I think we'll be hearing more and more voices in October from the community regarding these assets.
Mhm. Yeah, I completely agree. And I think that it's fair to say that we have people on both sides of this issue. And I think this is something that we're going to have to see where the community sentiment is as we go through the October public hearings. So I do not think this is something we have to resolve today. But I want to be clear to people who are listening, especially in the communities here. I'm not suggesting we take it off the table, but I don't think we have to resolve it today. And I don't think we have to resolve it Thursday. Commissioner Diaz?
I was going to say that I hear everybody and I'm excited to get a map to present to public and hear what the public says. But one of the things that I did hear from the COI testimony today about assets were also benchmarks for citizen voting age population. And I want to state that map K goes above and beyond those benchmarks.
So Commissioner Shaw, as the leader of that region, do you have any other further comments?
I was speaking independently.
Okay. All right.
Region has the members have different opinion, but I'd like to move forward with what you said.
Okay. And again, I think that's very much an issue that remains on the table, and we're going to hear lots of testimony back and forth in October. So when we get to the point we're making a final decision on a map, we can make a decision then with the full benefit of more robust public testimony. So with that, I think that going back, Paul, where would you go next, Paul? I want to, you said
there was a mention about going into the eastern side and trying to work the way back.
Yes.
I'm happy to look at that and see if there are issues in here we want to look at. I will state we have some more flexibility on this side than we did on the other side.
Okay.
If there are small changes that want to be made, that obviously we heard a lot of testimony about Eagle Rock and potentially trying to unify that again. We could make some attempts to do that for sure.
Paul, let me interrupt here because could commissioners please, if they're going to have a comment, direct it towards me so I can direct traffic here? Okay, so go ahead, Paul.
I'm at your disposal. If there's something you want to try to see what it would take to move a line and what the population shift would be and what the impact would be on the demographics, I'm happy to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, we heard a lot of testimony today from people not wanting to split Eagle Rock. And I thought, and so I think that's a good place to start. Commissioner Diaz, yeah, I think you were about ready to make a comment.
Yeah, I'd like to make a request of Paul, which is that we put Eagle Rock in full back into CD 13 based on the COI previously, the 17 previous public hearings, and then obviously today. And then one of the things that I think is permissible, thinking about the undercount in G, is Filipino Town and making that whole
Commissioner
with
Diaz,
Pine Town.
can we just stay with Eagle Rock for a second?
CD 14. I think you misspoke and said CD 13.
Thank you, Commissioner Friedberg. Yes, putting Filipino Town with Thai Town.
Okay, good.
No, that's not what she's talking
I just wanted to, I didn't mean to interrupt, Commissioner, but I thought I had heard the wrong number too, so.
So this move is something that can be withstood. It puts G at 2.58 over and B at 4.08 under. I'll note that this district is one of the districts that would likely be a target for being underpopulated as a result of having a more severe undercount, probably some of the most severe undercount in the city. This isn't encapsulating all of Eagle Rock right now. To get all of Eagle Rock, I'd have to come in here and also get a little bit that is in L, but I can do that real quickly. There's a little bit of Eagle Rock that comes down in here. So now we're still within range of everything. So I can accept this change and we can look at everything and move on. I see some nodding heads.
Can you please run?
Sorry.
Who's trying to get the floor? Commissioner Diaz, excuse me, Commissioner Barrett.
Just had a clarification. I wondered, based on the community of interest and other public testimony, was Eagle Rock trying to be with CD 13 or with CD 14?
CD 14.
CD 14, yeah.
Yeah, this is unifying it going in the other direction.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I had asked for that clarification, because it seemed they wanted to be with what we're calling District B.
Yeah, so let's look at this real quick. If we do this change, that CD 14 will be at 57.27% Latino CVAP. If we instead went the other direction, and right now it's at, let's see. Right now it's at 55.77% CVAP.
So Paul, are you saying the Latino CVAP would be reduced from 57 to 55%?
No, so if we were to move Eagle Rock into the District G, it increases the Latino CVAP from 55 to 57. If we're to do this, it reduces the CVAP from 55 to 54. Let me see what it does to the size of the district. Well, actually, I do want to get this, huh? If I wanted to get that too, I could. And I can do some of this little tiny cleanup later. Up. Okay. So now the Latino CVAP of this district, the 14, is at 53.99. And its a deviation is 7.3%. So that's way overpopulated.
Way overpopulated.
Charlie?
Yes.
As I pointed out earlier with District O, if we leave that till the last, that the same issues and forces that caused this are going to be just gelled even more. So I would love us to, as we have this discussion, include the possibilities for O in this discussion rather than making all the decisions and then they're leaving no options for O. O can come down into this area and help to reshape some of the issues we're discussing here with G and L and B.
This change would require you to, this district would be severely underpopulated, and this district would be severely overpopulated. So this change would make it harder. You wouldn't be able to put Los Feliz into the valley. In fact, you'd probably wanting to take Los Feliz. We'd probably want to take, I don't know why this says Los Feliz up here, but that's the neighborhood council. But the Griffith Park area, you'd want to bring down into, it would cause you to want to go more into the valley, you know, the valley seat, the O seat. So the reason you can see that if we were to do this, we would also have to do something here, like see how Lincoln Heights, see how this dark line here, that is the old council district line. That was narrow. It was reducing the population in this district and creating a real small bridge between the Eagle Rock portion, the LA 32, and then back into downtown.
Well, I want to defer to this region and the leaders here. It seems to me that one could reasonably want to unify Lincoln Heights with the rest of East LA as a trade-off to incorporating Eagle Rock into District 13. And I want to respect and defer to my colleagues.
Commissioner Broadus.
Yes, I know this is a very hard configuration because we've heard very powerful public testimony, both in regards to unifying Eagle Rock into CD14, as well as further unification of the east side, inclusive of Lincoln Heights. Maybe not so much today, but you know, for our newer commissioners, I want to share that we've heard that pretty strongly in the past. So I don't have a particular solution in terms of the lines, but I think that, yeah, I think that's something similar to, you know, what we discussed for the South region. I think this is an area that we will continue to hear public comment around. So I just want to make sure that we are, trying to protect and sustain, I should say sustain some of that unification, because that was clearly raised as important as well.
Commissioner Membrano.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So I agree with Commissioner Brennan that that we don't have I don't have a solution either, but I do have a question in terms of the last map that we saw. Now the numbers, Paul, include the piece of Lincoln Heights in that configuration, or it doesn't have Lincoln Heights at all.
So Lincoln Heights is split.
Mm-hmm.
You can see Lincoln Heights is here.
Right.
It's split by the current lines as well. And it right now is split between these two districts. The one thing that kind of sends a little tingle up my spine is if we were to unify Lincoln Heights into this District B, that it could be taking Latino population away from L, and L is like a 51% CVAP Latino district.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Polanco.
Thank you.
Yes, I think what I suggest we might want to do is, we heard Eagle Rock back in the 14th. We heard testimony that Echo Park should go to the 13th, and that and so for purposes of just demonstrating what that impact looks like, Mitchell, can you go ahead and see and post the impacts of that?
So you're saying Echo Park into G?
And Echo Park into G.
Okay. It can't be obviously the entirety of Echo Park because we would be cutting this district in half. It wouldn't be connected anymore, right? Echo Park is the entirety of the width of the district.
And so Echo Park today, can you put up Echo Park as it sits
Oh, and under current lines? Yeah.
under current lines?
Yeah. Let me just center it real quick for you. Under current lines, it's split in half. And this district comes up, gets Arroyo Seco, parts of Lincoln Heights, and comes down and gets very narrow and then comes down to Pico Union. So it splits Echo Park. And under what we have right now, we unify Echo Park in the District L. We don't have as narrow of a little isthmus to get from one side of the district to the other.
So let me pose the question to Commissioner, our new Commissioner, Natalie. Can you share with us, given what's here, what are the requests?
Thank you, Senator Polanco. I will say that as an Eagle Rock resident and member of the neighborhood council there, I know that people are eager to be in CD 14 and want to be united. Like that's not a question. We've heard that public testimony from the beginning, and so I would love to see that. I think that Glassell Park has suggested they'd like to be in fewer districts and not necessarily, they would like to be whole, but if that's not possible, they'd at least like to be in fewer because they're in 3 districts now. And perhaps a piece of Glassell Park could go into G.
It is, I think. Yeah, Glassell Park is right now in 2 districts in this configuration. So Glassell Park, I can turn off the districts real quick.
Yes, go ahead. Thank
Glassell Park and the 2, we've had a lot of this conversation about using the 2 as a dividing line. I think that was Senator Polanco's
That's correct.
conversations
That
earlier.
was part of the regional recommendation principles that we adopted.
So we are using the 2, so it is split in 2.
Well,
Under the current districts,
but the 2 ends, and then we get into boulevards, which are sort of more like neighborhood centers.
Okay, so take us there, Mitchell, please.
yes, sure. So the 2, when it dumps out, it comes in right here and turns into like neighborhoods,
Right.
It's always that little traffic jam right there, right?
Right.
So right now you're right that the current districts, like if you were just to isolate only looking here, it's kind of doesn't make sense just looking only at this neighborhood wise.
This is my first time looking at this tool this closely, by the way, so it's just it's taking me a little bit longer to.
It doesn't get easier. Any of the commissioners can tell you. This tool isn't made for easy public viewing. It's made for data people.
So if and then Atwater Village today is in G, CD 13.
It is, but it's split depending on what you're looking at. The Atwater Village Neighborhood Council, they claim, I didn't know this, but it goes into the Griffith Park area. And the neighborhood, like the LA Times neighborhood, brings it down south of the 2. I think maybe not. Maybe it's just no. Maybe it's all north of the 2. So yeah, I guess it's mostly in G.
There's also Elysian Valley, which has been very insistent. They have sent a bunch of emails, and I don't know if those are in the public record yet, but they've sent a bunch of emails saying that they want to stay in CD 13.
We had a version. One of the maps had that. It looked almost like a propeller with Atwater Village and Elysian Valley both being in the same district.
Right.
And it was in a district that was when we had Koreatown in that district. So it went Koreatown, East Hollywood, Silver Lake, and then did this propeller thing. And I think maybe stopped up here. So that is in one of the other drafts.
What if we go back to Stadium Way as a border?
As a border of G coming in here, bringing G into here.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, we could do that and it would split Echo Park again and put some of the Echo Park in with the Silver Lake District.
It's right where, right now, Echo Park is split.
In the 2011 lines, you mean 2012 lines, it's split.
Yeah.
Yeah, in this plan, it's not though. But we can put in 2011, the split was all the way down here. I don't know if that's Stadium Way or not, but it's got to be close to it. If we were to put something like that into G, we've kind of,
I think it is. That looks like. I wish we'd been doing this at 7 o'clock because now I feel like I can't see it anymore.
so the issue, let's see what this is doing. I mean, this stuff could move into G. It gets it pretty, that gets it to about zeroed out population deviation. I don't know if you wanted to go further than that.
What about
Along
where
here,
are we
but
at? Where are we at with Lincoln Heights right now?
Lincoln Heights we haven't touched. Right now it's split.
What about Lincoln Heights in L? Is it L is one?
Lincoln Heights, a portion of it is L here, and the portion of it is in B. It's basically split down the middle.
And what happens if we unify it?
Unify it into L.
Yeah.
We could do that.
I think the testimony was mostly about it being unified with the districts to the east, though.
So for the purposes of this conversation, do you want me to try to make this change and then go see what happens if we unify Lincoln Heights?
Sure.
Yeah.
Chair Ali, one of the things that had come out in public testimony for District L was their desire to partake in some of the economic engine of downtown. And I just wonder, I know we're trying to keep downtown whole, but is that something that's worth exploring?
I go back to I think something that Commissioner Diaz said earlier today, that was not, we did not hear much of that testimony early on. In fact, we heard a significant amount of testimony arguing that it stay as currently configured.
I know we've also remarked though about how little we've heard from hardly anyone from District 1, AKA L.
I also want to reiterate.
I have a question on downtown. Is the boundary the Harbor Freeway? Is the boundary the Harbor Freeway? Because there's a lot of development just west of the Harbor Freeway that one might not consider to be downtown. If it is considered downtown, perhaps it shouldn't be.
So this Lincoln Heights unification into B, we already took out of L to put it into G, and now we're taking out of L again to put into Lincoln Heights. That brings this district to a overpopulated by, it's at 6.83%. And this L underpopulated at, I think 11 or 12% or something. 10%.
I'm sorry, which district is overpopulated?
Yeah, but I think
14.
he was saying the opposite, Paul.
Yeah, I'm sorry then. Yeah, you probably
unified into L, not into.
Thanks, Rocky. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Blanco? I'm going to want to, Mr. Chairman, I want to continue to allow for the input coming from the new commissioner, because it's important, I think, that as we all who have sat in many of these discussions, the understanding of all the considerations that go into creating what was created with regards to tonight's decision. And so to the degree that Eagle Rock and Echo Park can be part of the consideration here, obviously, as a region, we ask everything to be moved west and north, given our considerations that we had in this region. And so if Echo Park is something that, and we heard a lot of testimony about Echo Park, there's no question about that. But you can see, and we all can see, how quickly the net effects occur when to the other districts that happen to be voting right districts. And so if we could get accomplished the Eagle Rock issue, look at Atwater, I think with Los Feliz, all of Silver Lake, and then Echo Park, what would that look like in terms of CD 13, one, and what's the impact that it does to the others? And is there any room for L to find additional pathways?
So if we were to make this change right here, it would put District B underpopulated by about 5%, which probably would allow us to reunify Eagle Rock to go into the 14th.
Great.
Can we try that?
We can try it, yeah. This program allows me to undo one change at a time. So if we want to go back to what we had earlier, I'm going to have to hand do those changes to go back, but that just means that I'll turn off the screen and do it while you guys are talking. But if I do B.
Well, I think that's a suggestion definitely worth considering. And maybe while Paul's doing that, Commissioner Brennis, do you want to speak to this issue?
Yeah, I'm concerned and vehemently disagree with further. We've been building for the last few months in terms of the public hearing process, and have heard strongly around East Side unification, Lincoln Heights, El Sereno, Boyle Heights. So we are undoing and I think disregarding some of the public comment that we have heard. Maybe not today, because today was part of a longer hearing and part of a longer process. I think although it wasn't full Lincoln Heights unification, it was partial. And so we are completely undoing that. And I disagree and would not support that configuration without trying to address what we've heard from the public, and I think what we'll continue to hear through the next few months. So we're disregarding one community of interest for another, and I know that's part of the challenge, but I think it was an advancement that we're now detracting, and so I'm just very concerned with that and disagree.
I think there was also a big concern last.
Commissioner Friedberg, excuse me, Commissioner Moreno.
Yeah, just one comment. If G loses or cedes Eagle Rock to B, maybe they can, and they're still underpopulated, maybe they could recapture, if you will, the eastern part of Echo Park all the way to Beaudry, not all the way to the Pasadena Freeway, but that would allow Highland Park to cut through a portion of downtown down to Pico Union to maintain that corridor. I think there was some reference to that. I don't know if Senator Polanco referred to that or Paul did with respect to how narrow that corridor was. But I think a corridor with a western boundary of Beaudry, keeping Chinatown, the freeway in L might be a workable solution to L gaining some population. I'm sorry, G gaining some population.
Thanks, population. Yeah, the former line was Stadium Way to Sunset and Echo Park. And again, this is.
So the unification of Eagle Rock is possible and everything falls within deviation standards. So by having unified Lincoln Heights, taking some population from B here, we can now add this back in. In this configuration, G is underpopulated by 4%. So it could go take from somewhere, but it'd be hard for somewhere else to come take from it.
So I think in terms of the Lincoln Heights, Boyle Heights, El Sereno testimony that we've heard, I think it should be moved to, as a whole, either to CD 14 or CD 1. It remains as a whole. If it's moved into CD1, however, it breaks the testimony of a historic cultural tie. And so if members who participated in this region, if we are currently, it's divided between the two districts to give population, obviously. And so what are the thoughts here with regards, and then we can move. I mean, I think Eagle Rock gets reinstated. The question becomes what happens to the Lincoln Heights, which is the next issue. And then what effect does that have on District L? So I'm sorry.
It was Lincoln Heights, Boyle Heights, and what was the third one?
El Sereno.
El Sereno.
El Sereno. Okay.
Commissioner Diaz.
Sorry, I wanted ice cream and I had an apple. So none of the testimony talked about Lincoln Heights whole, but it did talk about it as part of the east side. Eagle Rock's testimony was always throughout whole. Senator Polanco, as much as I like you, I do not think that we can do that. I think that based on all of our discussions, a little bit more Lincoln Heights than exists right now needs to go in CD 14. That's how I recall those conversations. Not all of it because it's unmanageable with the standard deviation, but a little more of it. So Map K got close, but in thinking about the need to unify Eagle Rock, and I think Paul, you and your demographers could do this. You just do like a little slice right around Broadway, past Lincoln High School. And there is something, and I do support Commissioner Brennis on this because there was clarity about, that there was a direction it needed to be, but it couldn't fully be there yet.
So do you want to identify that then?
Can you return the Lincoln Heights that currently exist under the 2011 map into CD 14 with
Right there.
Eagle Rock whole in CD 14?
That's it right here, this line here.
Yeah. And that includes the hospital, right? The county general?
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
Lincoln Park above it. and we can do-
Yes.
Okay,
I mean, my mom lives in El Sereno, right off of Valley. I grew up on Chadwick Drive, like on the other side of Farmdale. So thinking about the Lincoln Park with El Sereno makes sense to me. But I'm gonna defer to my colleague, Commissioner Brennis.
Generally, yes, and I'm sorry, I had connection issues, so I'm
Commissioner Brennis, did we lose you?
oh, I'm sorry, I was muted.
so there doesn't look
Yes,
like there's a
I
lot of
would
population
concur.
here.
Paul, I was responding to Commissioner Diaz. Yes, I would concur.
Okay, so
This must be a split census block. I can do that.
Commissioner Polanco, you were going to say something?
then from what I understand and what I'm hearing is Lincoln Heights gets split in order to accommodate the numbers and the data that is before us. And so I think there's consensus on the part of the members of the region to move. Go ahead, Mitchell.
Yep, I'm just doing it right now. We can undo it, but this is what it looks like. It's fine deviation wise.
That's fine.
Okay.
Paul, there's also for Echo Park, for G, in G, the line at Echo Park
Yeah.
isn't quite where it has been. Can you put it back to 2011?
Mm-hmm. Now L's too low. So we want to stick to something like that. That means that L is under by 4%, but G is pretty even. So it's not going the whole way, but it is taking a lot of that. And so now G is underpopulated by a point, L is underpopulated by 3.5, B is overpopulated by 3. Slight adjustments after we do a prison population adjustment thing.
Right, right.
Commissioner Diaz.
What if you, Paul, have you already put Filipino Town in with Thai-Town in 13?
High Town was, remember, I think up here, right? That one's in G.
Thai-Town's in Hollywood in G, and Filipino Town right now is mostly in L. And so it exists south of the 101 to, I think, Beverly or Temple. But there was consistent testimony, and Commissioner Kanya also remembered and reminded us, and we heard from the Thai CDC, of Filipino Town being with Thai Town.
Yeah.
So where do we identify Filipino Town in here?
South of the 101 along Temple, along Temple, Rampart East towards downtown.
So this is Glendale Boulevard.
So
to the,
Glendale is the eastern boundary and the southern boundary is Beverly. And so it's a triangle of sorts. The northern boundary is the 101.
So it must be in here. This is
Yeah, so
the
right over there.
110. So yeah, that's being used as the pathway to get from one district to the other. Look, one side of the district to the other, looks like.
It's west of Glendale. So where Glendale and Beverly become
West
a
of
little
Glendale?
Yeah, west of Glendale.
But south of the 101?
Yes. So you just pull that line to Beverly Boulevard.
Okay. G down to Beverly?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm going to delete out some of the stuff. I'm just going to
Get that eraser, Paul.
I'm going to get it. Okay, so this puts us, the District L is underpopulated by 6% when we do this. We've really got a narrow pathway here between the two sides of the district. And District L is underpopulated by 6%. I mean, we could maybe rebuild that a little bit somewhere.
Yes. Might I suggest one of the things that Commissioner Moreno mentions, which is the Harbor Freeway, the Pasadena Freeway, the 110.
Yeah.
And so west of the 110, part of that used to be in CD1, correct?
You can see the old council district lines here.
Yeah, so maybe go back to that configuration with Harbor being the eastern boundary of CD14. And then that makes it not so narrow.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you're
And
saying.
all of those people go to Belmont High School or Miguel Contreras.
Okay.
I'm gonna nominate Commissioner Moreno.
Well, I'm fine. I think I agree. As I said, that in my view, Echo Park, so-called Echo Park, really begins on the east at Beaudry, not Figueroa. Victor Heights, and then moving down to Vince Scully and down to Echo Park Avenue. That's Echo Park down to Alvarado, east to west.
All righty. So that gets us to the 4%. So that's manageable. District G is a little bit overpopulated. So if we did want to take, as was one of the interregional discussions, was whether or not portion of Los Feliz would be going into the Valley crossover seat. You would have a little population movement for that, but not a lot.
What about north of Franklin?
Sure. We can look.
That really kind of belongs with Griffith Park.
Yep.
Paul, I don't know how you stare at this thing all day.
Yeah.
It's fun.
I would imagine that there would be pushback in splitting Los Feliz from Griffith Park.
This
with
would be
both the
unifying a
neighborhood
portion of
council.
it with Griffith Park.
But my concern here is that we're splitting, I believe, 3 neighborhood councils. The way that O was initially written this weekend and the way that it's presented now. And I know, not everything has to be by neighborhood council, but we do try.
Yeah, you are splitting neighborhood councils here on Franklin, which is a major road, obviously, and kind of a dividing line, maybe north-south, same as Melrose is kind of a major. You are
you
you
sure
are
that
in some ways using major thoroughfares to make some of these divisions, but they're divisions nonetheless, obviously.
Franklin is more, is that Franklin? Are you?
No,
It should
that's
be,
Los
right?
Feliz.
Isn't that, in
No,
my mind,
that's
that's
Los,
Franklin?
no, that's Los Feliz Boulevard. Franklin
Oh.
is down below.
Sorry.
It's that solid line down below it.
Well, I'm sorry. I was thinking of driving. I do drive down Los Feliz, not Franklin.
Commissioner
Franklin's
Barrett,
way down here. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Commissioner Barrett, did you want to clarify this point? Is that why you're trying to get in?
Yeah, I want to, I know there are a lot of people in front of me, so I can also wait. I guess my only concern is having spent a fair amount of time on Vermont in the middle of that Los Feliz community, there's a set of commercial corridors that run north to south. And this configuration also breaks up that entire commercial area. I'm thinking of Hillhurst and Vermont.
Hillhurst, Vermont.
Vermont, yeah.
So this is mathematically doable. It's a question for you if that's something that you wanted to do.
And question.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
so Mitchell, in this configuration, slide down to Echo Park, how does that look now in this configuration?
It splits Echo Park along the same boundaries as it's split
Okay.
right now in the council
Okay.
district lines.
All right.
So Paul, can you summarize where we are right now?
Sure. I think while keeping an eye on any potential vote dilution issues, we were able to make adjustments to L and B without fundamentally changing some of the character of those districts. Then we were able to unify Eagle Rock into what is B, or people you would refer to probably as the 14th. And then now we're contemplating whether or not we're going to be able to address an issue that Commissioner Freeberg had, I believe, in the one that brought up much earlier in the evening about putting portion of Los Feliz into the district that has Griffith Park. And then obviously we could talk going backwards about the changes we made, but I think you're more talking about the east side, and that's my summary of the east side. But
Commissioner Brennis, going back to your earlier concerns, where are you on this now?
I think we're headed in the right direction. Thank you, Chair, for calling me and back into the discussion. And my other request, since we moved west of the 110, I'm wondering, Paul, if we can even bring in more of a sliver of the Lincoln Heights area into B.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think maybe the questions on the table and the thing that's highlighted here is whether or not we do the Los Feliz piece, but the Lincoln Heights piece, the portion we put into B had like very little population. It didn't affect much. We have this deviation to play with that L is currently underpopulated by 4.1%. So theoretically, you could end up taking, some 2,000 or so people in Lincoln Heights and putting them back into B. So you have a little movement there, but not a lot.
Okay, if we can look at that, that would be great.
Okay. Should I have to unselect this or select it? Does people have a sense of if we move on from this?
Commissioner Friedberg, can we move on?
Well, I actually just wanted to mention that, so the Silver Lake actually does not, I don't think there's much of a problem with Silver Lake being split. And the existing line in Silver Lake divides the reservoir in half. And so the Silver Lake Reservoirs Conservancy has said very clearly that they prefer having the reservoir in two districts, especially because there are so many capital improvements projects that they're working on in the neighborhood. So I think it would be fine to put the line back down to where it cuts through Silver Lake, which would also resolve another issue, I think, for CD4. if I'm not mistaken.
I might be a little
It would
confused by that.
definitely-
We're kind of far away from Silver Lake in terms of right now. If we were to make this change, then District G would be at underpopulation by 4.4%. If we were to go any further towards Silver Lake, we're just getting more and more underpopulated.
Could I make a suggestion?
Yes, Commissioner Kanya.
So one of the things I noted as I was reading the region reports, and I want to go back to from September 13th, Region 3. And I noted that one of the key principles that they had was unifying the neighborhood surrounding Beverly Hills. And I quote, "Commission should aim to unite the neighborhood surrounding Beverly Hills, allowing for the joining together of similar community interest in neighborhoods." And when I look back at the last 10 items, the last 10 maps that we received, I could see that Beverly Hills was surrounded in one district for map A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and J. 100% of the maps that we have surrounded Beverly Hills. K does not. And so I would recommend that we consider moving some of, and I believe it's Beverly Crest, either up into G or back into J, and then get the additional population with G either through one of those methods and maybe going down into Wilshire.
There was also a request, I don't know what size population it is, it's probably not very big, but those Angelino Heights wanted to be part of Echo Park and part of CD 13 because they're right on that other side of the lake and they feel like that's their community.
If I may also jump in here, again, District O really radically changes what is, if we're calling that District 4, and it's the population that is more diverse, lower income renters that are being dispossessed of their district and who we have not had a chance to even think about the impact of, because we're talking about every other district first. And I really believe we must have a conversation about doing such a radical change to O, which was coming all the way down into Greater Wilshire. It was coming down to Silver Lake, and it was part of Los Feliz, which now it still is.
I concur.
Can we look at O?
And might it be helpful to have some clarification about how the letters in the valley now might correspond to numbered districts? Because I was not able to clearly pin that down.
Can I interrupt here? I thought we were getting close to maybe a resolution a minute ago. And I'm not opposed to looking at O, but I'm just wondering if we should close the conversation on where we were.
I'd be all for that.
Yeah, let's close the conversation and then we can look at O. Okay.
Yeah.
But if we close the conversation, then there are no options for O.
No, that's not true.
That's
I just want, that's not true at all. I want to, we're not adopting a final map here today. We're looking at options for, and in this case, the K configuration. So I'd like to sort of close where we are if I can. And then if we can move to O if you want to move to O.
And I do think I agree that O needs to be looked at. And so Paul, can you do that little piece of Angelino Heights that's asked to be part of G and see how that looks and what that does to the population? And then if we can move the line back down in Silver Lake, that will add back to O.
Again, I think getting to Silver Lake is hard in terms of population. We'd have to go through all of Los Feliz to get to Silver Lake, essentially, and the G would be so wildly underpopulated. Silver Lake's like one neighborhood too far away.
And can G go west to
G
gain
is
population?
so you could take all of Los Feliz, and G could go west into this part of Hollywood. Sure.
And that would enable O to come down.
O could come down, and it could lose this part here. That's probably a kind of 1-for-1 swap. Is that something people want to see?
Now, you know what? I want to go back to where we were when I asked Paul to summarize and see if I can see how close we are to a consensus on that configuration.
On this current east side configuration?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I think we have to admit that this B looks a lot like the current 14. Very small differences in that. Unifies Eagle Rock, still maintains its the Latino CVAP in both L and B. L again has this narrow pathway through to Pico Union. G splits Gasell Park, but only once, where it's currently split 3 times in the current plan. Then you have Atwater Village, Los Feliz, Silver Lake, East Hollywood, then across out to the north side of Melrose. All these districts are within the necessary deviation. There's no red flags from kind of those traditional redistricting principles in any of this.
So I would like to, if possible, move forward with that configuration. And so I want to get a sense of the group. Is there anyone who strenuously objects to that?
No.
Nope.
I wasn't, Commissioner Brennan wants to speak whenever it's my turn, please,
Yes,
Chair.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Brennan, yes.
For the Lincoln Heights part, Paul, did you now do a little bit of the increase, or is that status quo?
We haven't changed it since about 15 minutes ago when we moved this area in. We looked at the hospital and the existing council district lines for this part. We basically followed the existing council district lines with the exception of one census block that either was split or has been unified in the redistricting in the new Tiger files. So we've now essentially put that stuff into B. But we could grab a little bit more. This underpopulated by 4% number allows us a little bit of latitude to grab a little bit more. But I don't know if there's a specific place where we feel is the appropriate dividing line there.
Commissioner Brennan, with your permission, can we ask Paul to look at that, and that can be something we bring back on Thursday. But I think
I can do that. I mean, if you want to trust me on my own, you could even just clarify later with some street names that you're most interested in or something. But yeah, we can do that later.
Okay, and we had mentioned a 2K population. So, okay, great.
Yeah, that's a great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'll go back to the question. Is there any objection to moving forward with this configuration in this region?
No.
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 I object with regard to the Silver Lake, the area of G, because it directly impacts the shape of 4. But I understand if we're talking about B, I think that is much closer to the testimony we have heard,
Okay.
the way it looks now.
Is there any other reservations?
Only exactly what Commissioner Sa just said. I just want to make sure that that there are the small details, the Angelino Heights, and then I think if we are able to bring the line down from Los Feliz towards Silver Lake again, then G could go out west, but that would put O back, I think, closer to where it needs to be.
But that's not the configuration we're looking at right now, Commissioner. So that will have to be, I'm trying to move this forward. We're at the point where I think we just have to get agreement from the commission. So that's something you can bring back up on Thursday if it's the sense of this group to move forward with this configuration.
Chair, can I ask a question for you?
Yes.
When you say move forward, can you advise it move forward to what? Is the motion or to conclusion for this evening?
I'm driving to an adoption of the map plan K corrected with the revisions that we have made cumulatively tonight. To move forward with that as
it would be hard for me to support it because we haven't had the discussion on O. And until there's a discussion on O, I'm not supportive.
Okay, so can I just raise this question? I think the discussion on O will come about, if I'm not mistaken, by the discussion of the previous map that Commissioner Suh introduced earlier, the 54277 or 72, I forget the number. And so to me, that would be the proper place to take up consideration of O. In taking up, I think once we get in, I have not studied this new map very carefully. I have a general idea of what it is. It's two different configurations that the commission may decide on Thursday that rather than moving forward, the commission might see value in that other configuration, and it may decide to move forward on presenting the public with two versions of a redistricting map. But to me, and that would be a more than appropriate discussion. There's nothing to prevent us from going forward with two maps. But I think for now, that discussion of O is best held in the larger context of the 54277 discussion. Now, somebody correct me if they see that, don't see a flaw in that logic, but that's what I'm suggesting.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see a flaw in the logic. I'm just looking, I still want to see a copy of that map.
Right.
Yeah, and that's, and Richard, Commissioner Katz.
Yes, sir.
That is exactly my point.
Yeah.
That is exactly my point. That we're gonna put that map in the atlas so we can have a discussion on Thursday.
How come? Well, I'm trying to figure out how come some people have a copy of the map.
Pardon me?
I mean, a couple of people said they've seen the map, and I'm curious.
The map is now public. Okay.
I got that.
Yeah.
But I can't find it on our site.
No, it's not on our site. It hasn't been put in the atlas yet.
And how's it public?
Paul, do you want to help me out here?
Yeah, somebody help me out. I'm sorry. Brad.
I think that some of the people who've been talking about the map that we've been referring to as a coming soon map L is a public map in that it's on the districtor site. There's so people can go look for it there. It is actually, Chair, while we were working, Sophia did convert it to an atlas. So it is in the public submissions folder along with 156 other plans.
Mm-hmm.
And it's number 54277, but it's not, we will do a little work on it when we put it into the process of making it ready for the commission for Thursday. We'll go through and make sure that there's no non-contiguous parts and that, and we'll do that thing you guys hate, which is take all the numbers and turn them into letters. and all of that before we have it for Thursday. But it is ID 54277 on the districtor site if the public wanted to look at it. And it is also there's a folder on the website of all the 157 now public submissions that people can look at in that 17-page format.
That's on the commission website?
Yeah, I think Ariana would know exactly how to direct people to that. There's a folder that has every public submission, partial or full public submission from the districtor turned into that packet that you guys get with all the individual districts.
Is Ariana still on?
Yes, it's under mapping and data on the website.
Okay.
So, and I'm happy to flag all this for you all too after the meeting and do a quick recap and send out any of the new materials I've received and any other questions you have. But it should be under the data section.
I'm looking under the data section under mapping and data.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Commissioner
yeah.
Commissioner Katz, do we have to have this discussion tonight?
No.
We will get the link to you.
All right.
Chair, I think we should move on. You've adequately stated where we are. We've reached a nice threshold point agreement on probably 85 to 90% of agreement.
Yeah.
And you've adequately stated the exceptions, and I think everyone's tired, and I think we should move on. If we need to take a vote whether to move on.
I agree, Commissioner, and I actually, upon reflection, I'm a little bit tired, just like everyone else. I am not sure we need a vote on anything tonight.
Yeah.
We have given guidance, good guidance to redistricting partners that will allow them to bring this map back for consideration on Thursday. And we can, at that point, decide to take action on it, move it forward as one of the maps that we are going to consider. There might be some minor, I hope minor corrections to this map. Once we see what Paul has delivered to us, we can then also take up 54277 and see if the commission has an interest in pursuing that map further. And as I've stated a number of times now, with the possibility of even putting that forward as a second map or a second map to present to the public.
So did I miss the discussion about the valley? Because I don't think we did the valley at all tonight.
I thought we had resolved, are there issues that, I apologize, Commissioner Katz, is there an issue in the valley that we didn't address?
Well, I've heard a lot of people making comments about District O and a variety of other things, so I assumed there was going to be some discussion. I mean, if people want to move it ahead with the way the valley looks now, it's fine with me, but I just kept hearing, chatter, so I want to get it out in the open rather than get surprised on Thursday, I guess. But I'm happy to move it the way it is, so.
Yeah, I mean, and again, we're not taking a final vote on this. We are just deciding that this is a good place to break.
Right.
It will give redistricting partners an opportunity to clean this up and put it back into the public record and a map that we can see. And we will discuss it on Thursday, and we will also discuss the other map as well. If there are objections to that, please let me know. Okay, so I think, Paul, do you have the direction you need to pull this together?
Yes, the only thing that I'm going to be taking a little bit of a look at is in the eastern region, the little thing we were looking at about adjusting
Lincoln Heights.
That Lincoln Heights element. That's just about 2,000 people in Lincoln Heights. I think everything else we've addressed. The last thing I'm going to do is just the little cleanup stuff, finding any non-contiguous little census blocks, getting it all ready, and then packaging it up as an atlas so the commissioners can see it. And then, like I said, that other plan will change that. This plan will be now named K2, just to kind of separate it out. And then Commissioner Kanye's suggestion that If we can conquer that, we can conquer anything. And then we'll have L as well for you.
Mhm. Now, again, I want to, before we break after a long night, I want to make sure that people are comfortable with where we're leaving this off. I think it places us in a good decision and make some decisions on Thursday, or a good place to make decisions on, final decisions on Thursday.
Chair Ali, if I may just quickly respond to Commissioner Katz. He was mentioning the chatter as I was the source of most of the chatter. It's just, Commissioner Katz, I was blindsided, as I expressed earlier, you may have missed, by O for a variety of reasons. It greatly changed everything that we've seen in the previous 10 maps in a variety of ways. I did want to have a discussion this evening. The Chair Ali wanted not to because of the priorities of others, which I certainly respect. But I do want to have that question. I thought we were getting some general agreement as to B2. Initially, I thought the B2 map was good and we were moving forward possibly with that direction. K completely changes that. I would personally like to see B2 back as an option. I think the one that Commissioner Sub mentioned at 54277 is close to that, but my preference would remain B2. So I look forward, Chair, to having that discussion with you on Friday.
And so I appreciate it. I wasn't actually thinking about what you were saying. Because I understand that. So, but thank you.
Yeah, and Commissioner Kanye, I fully expect that your point will be brought up when we bring this map up again on Thursday. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we have reached a good place to break. So we'll have consideration of a couple maps on Thursday. And hopefully with the intent of moving forward on one or two maps. So
Chair, do we have to do a quick disclosure of ex parte?
we do. So I will open that up. Are there disclosures that commissioners have to make? I think I saw a hand go up. Commissioner Brennis.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. And this did not happen. Sorry, looking for my notes.
I know you were joining late, so that may have happened earlier.
Yes, I'm sorry, I did join late. Yes, today around 1:15 p.m. I was contacted by the mayor's deputy chief of staff, Mary Hodge, and we checked in about the process, where we are, and next steps.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other disclosures? So, Commissioner Martinez.
Yes, today at approximately 9:20, I was contacted by the Executive Director of the Business Resource Center for Council District 9, by Michael Castillo, and he was inquiring about the public comment process for the upcoming meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Friedberg.
Yes, thank you, Charlie. I was contacted by a member of council members, staff during the first break. Unfortunately, I didn't pay attention to exactly what time that was, but it was to let me know that there was a bunch of public testimony that had been emailed to me, forwarded to me by email, that I hadn't seen yet.
It would have been approximately 6:50.
Thank you.
Other disclosures? Ariana, can you remind
Commissioner Diaz? Commissioner Diaz.
Commissioner Diaz.
Thank you, Chair. I too joined late. I have a disclosure. On Saturday, September 23rd, I communicated with Jennifer Baranza, to the Chief of Staff, to Councilmember Kevin DeLeon to schedule a meeting. I then met on Saturday, September 25th at noon for approximately 50 minutes with the council member. Of those 50 minutes, 10 minutes were spent on discussing the progress of this commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Diaz. Commissioner Polanco. Commissioner Polanco, you're on mute.
It's a long night. Yes, today at around 3:30, I had communication with Councilman Cedillo We discussed the process and where we're at and where we're going forward.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Any more? Okay, so Ariana, can you remind me of what time the meeting starts on Thursday?
Yes, so the meeting on Thursdays at 5. I will send out a reminder to all of you along with any new maps and any other materials that we have. And as a reminder, on that day, you'll get a Zoom link for the next meeting.
And so for commissioners and the wonderful 182 members of the public who are still with us, I want to announce that, and I'm very appreciative of your continuing engagement, but I want to announce that the meeting will come back into order on Thursday at 5 o'clock. Look for posting, commissioners and members of the public, of the K-map as worked on, the K-map as worked on tonight, and its new designation, Paul, is what?
K2.
K2. So look for K2, and also look for I think what is now L, which is the public map 54277. And with that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Are we suspending the meeting again?
Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, this is a motion to adjourn. We're having it's a new meeting on Thursday.
I'm sorry. Harit, did you say something?
Oh yeah, it's a motion to adjourn. There's a new meeting on Friday, so it's
on Thursday.
On Thursday.
On Thursday.
Okay.
Well, let me just, well, hang on a second. But if we do that, then, I mean, one of the advantages to recessing until Thursday is that folks who've already testified don't testify again. If we start with a brand new meeting, everybody gets to testify all over again.
But Thursday was already a scheduled brand new meeting.
It was scheduled and announced as a special meeting a long time ago.
Okay.
So this is a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Kanya, did you want to make that motion with the clarification?
Yes. No, I
And-
wanted to make the motion to adjourn, Chair.
Okay, and a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night, everyone. Stay safe. I'll see you Thursday.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thanks, Chair Ali.
Thank you, Chair. Bye, folks.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Great work. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. And Carolyn, when we get the cap, just send me the captioning when you have it. Okay, Carolyn. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Bye, everyone.